Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good people. How are you? My name is Jakes, the moderator. Welcome to this great conversation we are about here at Kenya News Link. Karibuni tu sana. I hope you are well. I hope you are doing fine. I know God, and equally you are doing well. It is not a good day for some people. I'll be telling you who is not a good day for today, and equally I'll be letting you know what happened today in as far as politics is concerned, in as far as the courts are concerned, because where it has been a tough one, my friends. I'm telling you, leo imekuwa moto, but where after neighbor we we must have a show, and the show is here, and we will discuss all that, and we will have a great one. This one is a show you don't want to miss. Why? Because a lot will be mentioned here in this particular show. We'll be looking at so many things making headlines tonight, including the cancellation of remote task. What that means. You remember the president one time praised a certain young man for making a lot of thousands of dollars. You remember the famous quote that unaguza computer, dollars naingia. So one of the online jobs that was doing search for Kenyans ambayo inaitwa remote task imefungwa. Or rather haifanyi tena hapa Kenya. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about so many other interesting issues, including the ongoing case concerning the deputy governor of Kisii. This guy is being accused of several things. That's what we'll be looking at in this certain conversation, among many other things. So this is a show you don't want to miss. This is an episode you truly don't want to miss. It will be interesting to hear all this in this particular show. Karibisha wawili watatu. Let's have a fantastic conversation. This is your host, Jax, the moderator, and of course, this show is courtesy of Kenya News Link. All right. I don't know where this is finding you from, but I know it's finding you quite well. All right. Now, Joey, you know him. He has been famous and trending for quite some time. And today, the verdict was given. Today, a ruling was made, and the ruling was not in favor of him. In any case, it went against what many maybe would have hoped angepewa a lesser or probably a linear sentence, but he was given the verdict of death. All right. So we'll be looking at that, and equally, what does that mean? So let's listen into this even as we begin the show. Karibu sana. Let us have a great time.
Irungu, also known as Joey, has been sentenced to death for the murder of businesswoman Monica Kimani. Justice Grace Nzioka, in handing Irungu the maximum sentence for the murder, said the punishment fits the heinous crime that cost the 29-year-old her life. The judge says she based her decision on the gravity of the evidence presented during the trial, as well as the convict's character. We begin our broadcast with our very own Brenda Wanga.
Joseph Kure Irungu, also known as Joey, arrives at the Nairobi Milimani courts for the decision that will alter his life as he knows it. Convicted for the gruesome murder of Monica Kimani last month, the moment of truth is upon him. He is said to know the price he pays for taking the life of the young businesswoman. Justice Grace Nzioka sits in judgment. Her decision, when she finally makes it, will be the turning point of Joey's life. The death of Monica and the manner in which it happened is one of the factors that Justice Nzioka says she considered in sentencing Joey. She reminded the court of the state the body of the deceased was found in and the conclusion derived from the post-mortem report. That and the photographic evidence from the murder scene played a role in the final sentence handed to Joey.
Evidence of the doctor who conducted the post-mortem report indicated that the person who perpetrated this offense cut the throat of the deceased through and through. In that judgment, I spoke to an understanding that the person was not an amateur. the person must have had some training. And remember, the evidence even revealed that after the offense was committed, the deceased was put in the bathtub and the shower tap was put over to run the blood off.
The judge saying that the evidence produced in court on the manner of death was never in dispute by both parties to the trial, Joey's defense team included.
They say that it is a tragic, cardiac loss of life on extreme circumstances, bordering on an act of absolute madness that is beyond understanding. So even the defense joins the victim's family and the prosecution and the court in arriving at the conclusion it was a gruesome murder.
The evidence of the murder notwithstanding, the judge also took into account the character of the convict. She based her conclusions on reports from the investigating officer and guards at the Royal Park Estate, Joey's residence, who told of his penchant for brandishing guns and invoking State House's name to evade inspection. But it was a probation officer's assessment of Joey that moved him closer to the ultimate sentence.
It describes the accused criminogenic risk factors as follows: that he lacks stable partner relationships. He has antisocial personality patterns manifested by living on the edge. He is impulsive and a thrill seeker. He uses anger or aggression to control others. And finally, he says that the accused has a double personality trait.
The conclusion of the murder trial of the late Monica also came as the country was treated to even more gruesome murders of women, including the Kasarani one of the late Ruth Waini. And the society, the judge contends, expects the justice system to act.
It is the understanding of this court that these reports speak to a situation whereby the social fabric of the society has been torn into two, right at the middle. And the court must then live to its role to protect the society.
The combination of these considerations played into handing Joey the ultimate sentence.
Joseph Kuria Irungu alias Joey. Shall suffer death as provided for the offense of murder under section 204 of the Penal Code of Kenya.
The family of the convict has said it is appealing the sentence. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
Now, that happened. The sentence was issued around 2 p.m. thereabout, 1 p.m. thereabout, and Joey was sentenced to death. Now, we'll be looking at that in a wholesome, because we'll be asking ourselves several questions. Now, we know that the Supreme Court pronounced itself in as far as what it means to hand someone the verdict of the death sentence. It declared it against human rights and actually termed it unconstitutional. What does it even mean? Of course, the judge went to at length to explain what her ruling was and what it meant. And equally, we'll be looking at what does this mean for Joey? What are his options? What can he do? What are some of the ways he can do, either to avert the death sentence or even seek appeal? Okay, so we'll be looking at all that. We'll be looking at what the law says now that this has happened. Of course, we sympathize with the family of Monica, but equally we must look at all this in totality. So this is an interesting show you don't want to miss. I have great guests coming in, and equally we'll be looking at the entirety of the whole story. And after a while, we'll equally look at the political stories making headlines. Of course, this would be a lengthy show, but I promise you it will be quite an interesting one. Now, What did the Supreme Court say in as far as this ruling is concerned? Let's listen into this, even as I come back to do something with you guys.
The culmination of the country's most watched murder trial to date. Joseph Irungu's sentence drudged up the debate of the place of the death penalty in Kenya. This, especially after the Supreme Court declared the mandatory death sentence for murder unconstitutional back in 2017. Our very own Victoria Rubadiri with more on the death sentence puzzle.
Joseph Kuria Irungu alias Joey. Shall suffer death as provided for the offense of murder.
This was the moment Kenyans were reacquainted with the very heavy penalty of a death sentence rendered on live television. Joseph Irungu became the latest recipient of the controversial punishment that until 2017 was a mandatory penalty for murder by law.
Yes, Counsel.
In the case of Francis Karioko Muruatetu and another versus the Republic, petition number 15 and 16 of 2015, the Supreme Court declared the mandatory nature of the death sentence for murder was unconstitutional. What this meant was after 2017, the death penalty could still be rendered for murder, but at the discretion of a judge. Execution was still set as the maximum penalty, but was not to be the only penalty for murder. Justice Grace Nzioka today decided to hand Irungu the death penalty, considering the gravity of the crime and what she described as the far-reaching consequence of the offense.
We have had the benefit of looking at the photographs showing the body of the deceased and the injuries. I would certainly not display them there. Certainly not. At least for the benefit of the family. It is a tragic, countless loss of life on extreme circumstances, bordering on an act of absolute madness that is beyond understanding. So even the defense joins the victim's family and the prosecution and the court in arriving at the conclusion it was a gruesome murder. Horrific, frightening.
Since 2017, the courts have been rendering death sentences. In fact, by the end of 2022, there were 656 people recorded on death row in Kenya. A total of 79 death sentences were handed down that year alone, according to an Amnesty International report. Currently, people convicted of murder, robbery with violence, attempted robbery with violence, or treason can be sentenced to death. Since independence, some 280 convicts who were sentenced to death were executed in Kenya. The last person to face the hangman's noose was Hezekiah Ochuka, who was found guilty of treason for the 1982 attempted coup. He was hanged at the Committee Maximum Prison in July of 1987. The senior private in the Kenya Air Force was exactly 2 weeks shy of his 34th birthday by the time he met his demise.
All right. Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be looking at that story that has just ended on who has ever been given that verdict of who has ever been sentenced to death and what was the reason behind all that. We'll be looking at that in a short while. But equally, ladies and gentlemen, the parents of one Joey have come out in defense of their son. Of course, as you would have it, no mother, even at this point, would abandon their own. All right, the mother was at breast to explain and to to say and to vouch for the innocence of the son. So let's listen into that, even as we try to, even us here in studio, to make sense of what is happening. All right, let's listen into that, then we'll be back.
Joseph Irungu. After enduring the lengthy legal process, they believe justice has finally been served. The family says it is now focused on finding closure for the loss of their loved one.
On behalf of the family, I will say we are happy with the sentencing. As much as it has taken long, I must say that from now I think we can find closure and try to move on.
Familia marehemu wamehisi kwamba koti imetenda haki. Imekuwa miaka mingi tangu tuanze hii kesi. Tumeendelea nayo kwa miaka karibu 6 sasa. Wamekuwa na wasiwasi kesi haiendi venye walikuwa wanatarajia, lakini hapa tupo, kesi imeisha leo, sentencing, na koti imepeana ile sentence ya juu.
At the same time, the family of convicted murderer Joseph Kuria Irungu has expressed dissatisfaction with the court's sentencing of their kin to death. Joey's family, represented by, amongst others, his mother, were in court during the sentencing. They maintain that their son is innocent of the crime of murder and have declared that the subsequent maximum sentence handed to him is unfair.
Okay. Me, I believe my son is innocent. Na hajafanya kazi yoyote, kosa yoyote, hajaua. Kuna kitu ninaamini, kuna a God of a second chance, na atamtoa. Na ndio unaona niko na nguvu, sababu Mungu mwenye ninaamini ndiye atamtoa. He is like Joseph. Joseph alidhulumiwa hivi na Mungu baadaye alimtoa, na hata ninaamini sasa atamtoa.
He is innocent, and at the Court of Appeal we will be vindicated. The notice of appeal is ready. We're just waiting for a little time to maybe further discuss before we proceed. But one thing is clear. The Honorable Justice built a mountain out of the clothes that Joey wore, especially those brown khaki shorts. She had to build a mountain on those shorts. Why? Because those are the only things that she had that would link Joey to the death of Monica Kimani.
Now, it was the
Wow. This was the verdict of the century, as many have opined upper nje. And I'm equally joined by Mr. G. Good evening, Mr. G. I don't know if I'm able to have you kwa camera, but
yeah,
this is an interesting turn of events. Though sad, though someone will lose a life for taking a life, it's something that many maybe never anticipated it would go this far. Of course, there is no justification for some crimes, but it now happened, and the judge gave a ruling, a resounding ruling, an earth-shaking ruling, a ruling that sent many asking deep questions. Before even this ruling, there was a ruling that vindicated one Maribe, and it has been one twist to the other. Now, let me ask you, Mr. G, from where you sit, what do you make of the ruling? I know we had a slight conversation of this once the ruling was happened, because we were live then. What do you make of this ruling for the sake of this particular show?
okay. Thank you, Mr. Jakes. Greetings to you and our fellow followers that are watching us and those on our comment section. I think we had some talks on this issue, but I still maintain with my judgment and how I received it, even though it is a sad moment to that family of the Joy family, but also to the other family of Monique. I think justice has been made, but I'll still stand with that judgment, as I told you earlier, that a time comes whereby you have to face the judgment of what you did, even though the parents are saying that Nani yuko innocent, that Joy yuko innocent, but kulingana with that evidence and everything, I think he was really fully participated in that thing, and he killed that woman who is Monique. So always people should face and should get what they deserve. On that judgment, I think to me, as much as we are human beings and we have those feelings and everything, but let him face what he did.
Now,
Yeah.
the family maintains that he is innocent. The mother, any mother would say what she said. She comes out and says that Joey probably is being prosecuted just like Joseph of the Bible. I don't want to use what she used as an example, but when you look at how she came out saying she's strong and all. What do you make of Mama Joy? Because I felt it for her, and I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
That is how always a mother will feel. You know, even if your son or your daughter is a mad man or a mad woman, as long as imefikia mahali pa death amekufa ama something wrong happen kwake, you will feel, and that is just normal feeling. You'll feel the pain, you'll feel that agony, yeah. But now you know somebody has to face the consequences, because malipo ni hapa hapa duniani in everything that you do. But I will also advise our young men and our young girls, everything that you do in life, always remember that payment will be paid to you just here on earth. But one thing you need to know is that at anything you do, remember your family, because always what tunafanya vitu without thinking and without remembering what our family will go through. Now at this time, Joy participated in this thing, but now the family, the mother, the sister, and all those relatives are passing through that pain that were not supposed to pass through. Amewaingiza kwa shida ambao wangepitia that shida. So young men and young women, hii mambo ya tamaa tuache. Let's focus on fighting for our own. Tukitaka kufanya kazi, tufanye kazi, tupate pesa yetu. But this issue ya kuingia kwa mambo ya kuua watu, you are bringing a lot of pain to your family ambao it is not necessary. Now at the moment, look at that woman. She is really innocent. Haiwezi kubali kuwa mtoto amefanya dhambi na ukweli imepatikana kuwa mtoto alifanya dhambi, which means she has to be punished, even though in our government the judgment has been passed. The sentence is death penalty. But we are not really sure if he will go through that, because mostly pardoned. Wamekuwa forgiven by the government, by the president. So even this one can take the same route. Miracle can happen, the miracle can happen, and Joy may come out alive. So to swear sana sad, we should continue praying to him, praying for him. Yeah.
Now, over the last couple of years, several guys have been issued this mandatory sentence, maximum sentence of the ultimate sentence of being sentenced to death. But we are yet to hear of anyone who has been executed for quite some time now. Maybe it happens, and we are yet to find out. Before we even reach there, do you think it's over for Joey, or there's still hope?
No, to me, I don't think it is over. There's still hope. God will still intervene. You know, always, even if amekosa makosa gani, when you go back to Christianity and to Bible inatuambia ukiomba msamaha utasamehewa. And looking to what nani amekuwa akifanya, Joy amekuwa akifanya, he is somebody ambao maybe he repented, and I'm sure he repented because amekuwa akiimba gospel, amekuwa akishinda kanisani. He has been doing things kuonyesha kuwa amereform. Even though the judge alisema kuwa is somebody ambaye hawezi kuwa reformed na si mtu ambaye anapeleka kwa community, but I believe still the guy, God can still fight for him and he can save him. Yeah.
Now, the judge based her findings or her rulings based on what she was advised or what was presented to her from people who looked and interrogated Joy, both from the parents to the society, and some were very deep in how they defined the character of Joy. should a crime of such caliber be dependent solely on what people say and not the person of Joey? Because it's one thing to give my opinion, all right, whether professional or not, but can Joey change? Because it sounded this is an irredeemable person. This is someone who, even if he was given any chance, second, third, or whatever chance, he would still mess up. He would kill again. He would do something that it's even more heinous. So the ultimate judgment, was it based purely on the person of Joey, what he is now, or what he can become, or what do you look at when you look at the judgment that Joey was handed today?
When I look at the judgment, I cannot say that maybe there was biasness somehow. What I can say,
Mhm.
I will congratulate
Yeah.
the judge because I listened to
Mhm.
her from the beginning till the
Mhm.
end. She looked
Yes,
at
yes.
every aspect of that case. He tried to
Mhm.
listen to even the closer people from Joy's side and the closer people from the other family, Monica's side. He went and listened to experts.
Yes, yes.
He got some advice from experts and the people who knows those matters of law and anything. He read books. He read even he went a lot and amenda far, just trying to get the best judgment that he can offer to that case.
Mhm.
But I can congratulate the judge because to me, the judge did the best that he can be done.
Okay.
Killing is not the right thing. But now on this
Mhm.
judgment, as much as we feel that sad, as much as we feel the pain of Nini being sentenced to death, of Joy being sentenced to death, but now also, malipo ni hapa hapa, Mr. Jakes, as much as we feel that pain, no, the
Mhm.
judgment was right. Yeah, to me, the judgment was right. Now let God intervene and save Joy, but the judgment was right.
Now let's listen into what the the um, the defense counsel and the parents, of course, now in a more slightly detailed manner, had to say immediately they left the precincts of the court. And this is what the good lawyer and the mother had to say.
You all know this is Joey's mother, and before anybody else. And being a mother, I think we give her a chance to say something because of the relationship that mothers have with their sons. So, kindly, mom, just a short one.
Me, I believe my son is innocent. Na hajafanya kazi yoyote, kosa yoyote, hajaua. Kuna kitu ninaamini, kuna a God of a second chance na atamtoa, na ndio unaona niko na nguvu, sababu Mungu mwenye ninaamini ndiye atamtoa. He is like Joseph. Joseph alidhulumiwa hivi na alimtoa, na hata ninaamini sasa atamtoa wakati wa Mungu ukifika. Ni hayo tu.
We won't say much. Of course, the sentence.
Hi, designers. Do you know Kohom?
Oh, sorry.
For those of you who don't know, Kohom is a
Has been passed. We were expecting something close. We are not shocked. And let me whet your appetite. I think all of you remember those words. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the Honorable Lady Justice Zioka, when she was passing the sentence on Joe. We all remember those words. Let me whet your appetite. We affirm in our belief that during this whole process, the Honorable Lady Justice, with respect, was playing to the gallery and aiming at placating the courts of the public. And this is why we are adamant in our belief that that judgment delivered in court, completely and substantially different from the written judgment, because it was made to placate the public. Joey is innocent, and at the Court of Appeal, we will be vindicated. The notice of appeal is ready. We're just waiting for a little time to maybe further discuss before we proceed. But one thing is clear. The Honorable Justice mounted out of the clothes the Joy wore, especially those brown khaki shorts. She had to build a mountain on those shorts. Why? Because those are the only things that she had that would link Joy to the death of Monica Kimani. Purportedly because a drop of blood was found with Monica's DNA on those shorts. That was the only link, apart from all the rubbish circumstantial evidence. That was the only link that this court had to lay its case on. But then, were those the same shorts that Joy wore? The defense was adamant that those shorts which were exhibited in court were not the same shorts that Joy wore. The prosecution's own witness said that the shorts that Joy had on had side pockets and were brown khaki. The shorts that were brought into court purportedly with DNA did not have side pockets. These were different shorts. On 3 occasions, when Justice Wakiyaga was handling the matter, he asked the prosecution to bring evidence of the pictures of the shots that they took while they picked those shots from Jackie Maribe's house. The pictures that were taken with Joy holding onto the shots, clearly showing the side pockets. 3 times, the prosecution refused to bring those shots, those pictures into evidence. 3 times. Why? During his evidence, the DNA expert claimed that he took pictures of those shots through the whole process. But when asked to bring the pictures of those shots to court, again, refused. Why? It is rather obvious. Our courts have always held that where the prosecution refuses to bring evidence before court in their own possession, which might prove to be exculpatory evidence, there can only be one reason why they have refused to bring that evidence: because it points to the innocence of the accused. Joy Joseph Irungu is innocent, and we shall prove it. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Jim, there is a certain narrative that is already being peddled even on social media, and one of the questions that I want to ask you is: was this case given too much public what do you call it? Public opinion, that the judge truly made sure he played to the gallery, as the good lawyer is saying, and this could have informed some of the rulings that came up? What do you make of this?
No, you know how judges always behave. It was not about public gallery. This is just, sometimes when you are a judge, sometimes utaamuka, you lie because you want to defend your client, because there's something that you are being paid for that defense. That's why you find even these judges, kama umeua mtu, he will always defend you mpaka ushinde. So me, I don't concur with what the judge is talking about. The side of the mother, I know the pain that she's passing through. Anaweza sema hivyo. The mother is genuine. Anaweza sema hivyo because of the pain she's passing through. But the lawyer knows exactly. On this matter of investigation, do you know why we always go for forensic audit? Kwa sababu we always look at the smaller things kitu kama nywele peke yake. Kwa Joy tungepata tu nywele moja, nywele ya huyo ya Monica moja peke yake, it was enough evidence that he was with the woman. So that small nywele is enough evidence. Saa hii tunaambiwa kuwa alipatikana na damu ya Monique. Kumaanisha that was a full evidence. He was around, he was in that place. Sasa judges, don't believe judges. With the murder, we cannot judge the murder because that is the pain she's passing through, and he's just real. He's real. The pain he's going through, obviously, atasema mtoto wake ako innocent. But
Sorry,
on the judge,
what do you mean? We don't believe judges or lawyers?
Lawyers, not judges.
Who don't you concur with the
I'm talking about lawyer. I concur with the judge. But the lawyers, no. I always take some time here to believe them. I don't believe judges. Yeah.
I look at the parents of Joy, and I see people who this case has really taken a toll on them. You see the father, he looks, I don't know, I don't want to describe him, but what do you see?
That is the grief, and everyone will feel it. Even you, I'm sure you are not a relative to that guy who is Joy. I'm not the relative to Joy, yeah. But I feel that pain. I feel that emotion. The feelings there, because we are all human beings. You see, we will feel it. It is painful. Somebody should not die. Somebody should not sentence to death. But now, when it comes to such case, we have to find justice to the family of Monique. Monique was the only source of that family. And by the time the life was taken out, even the business, ilikufa hivyo. So justice has been found to that family. On the other hand, it is painful, it is grave and everything, but let us pray to God to intervene in their side. Because that at the moment Saya kuna kinaweza fanya, is only God who can save Joy. Yeah.
Now it's only God who can save Joy.
Yeah, it is only God who can save Joy.
But then again, the ruling really brought to light a lot of things. The judge went to as far as bringing cases that have happened even after the death of Monica. And you rightfully said during the day that this maybe was serving a purpose to tell people with similar tabias that, you know what, this is how it will be. Now, I don't think the law has been created to punish you for future issue, like to punish you in future. In this sense, I commit a crime today, but my judgment and punishment is based on what happens tomorrow. Can't the ruling be based on evidence presented, the merits and the demerits of the case, and of course what the law provides? All right, because when she says there is no clemency, is it because that this person cannot be salvaged? Is it that this person, because she says that this person is a Christian, what did he use? What did she use with that information? She said that this person is a good person. He might have double personality. So did she focus majorly on the personality that is so bad? What did she do with the other personality? Because she took us to test. Just one moment, Mr. G. She took us to test to really, or rather to explain the nature or the character of one Joy. She gave us the good side and the bad side. From the judgment, what do you really pick that truly the bad side outweighed the good side? Truly, that we now want to say that he deserved to be killed.
Okay, based on the judgment that was provided by the judge.
Yes.
You know, okay, let me first talk about this issue that has happened after the death of Monique. Some of our girls, young girls, have been killed. In fact, wengine wameuliwa vibaya sana. Mtu anakatwa vipande anawekwa kwa gunia. And you know, basing on that judgment, I don't think is it true that the judge based his judgment on Joy with this other situation that may happen, but I know the judge focused on the evidence that was provided to her concerning Joy. But now on this other issue that he related with the issue ya wasichana ambao wameuliwa na wanaume ambao wameuliwa, mostly hata si wanaume, he related it to the girls ambao wameuliwa sana. I think that was just for some characters to serve as an example. You know, always kunakuwa na casualty. Hata even in our own matters, hii issue ya politics. Utapata wakati tunaitoa kwa maandamano because we are crying for our own justice, utapata a young mtoto mdogo, a child of maybe 2 months, 3 months amepigwa risasi. That young girl, that young daughter, huyo mtoto hakuwa anafaa kukufa kwa sababu ya maandamano yetu sisi. Sisi ni watu wazima, we are fighting for our rights, sawa. Tuko kwa street tunapigana, but unapata a stray bullet ya polisi inaenda inaua mtoto wa miaka 10, inaenda inaua mtoto wa miaka 5, miaka 4. Such things happens, you see? Such things happens. Lakini now sasa kufika kwa Joy, no, we should not base it with this current situation ambazo zimehappen sahi. Although to me, I still believe that people with such character should serve as an example on the judgment of Joy.
Right. Should suffer as an example. My last question before we go to something else, and before we even now go to the juice of politics, because that's what I'm sure you really enjoy. Those are the seas you like swimming in. Now, eventually the truth will come out, and the family may say justice has been served. Joey's family still says justice has not been served. From where you sit, is justice served?
Yeah, from where I sit, on the side of Monique, the justice was served. Justice was served. On the side of Joy, as much as they feel pain, as much as they feel that grief, the feelings, I still believe justice was served. And that's why even the lawyer, umesikia vile lawyer amesema, the lawyer anasema we expected such judgment. They were ready for that judgment because they expected something like that. To me, judgment was served. Justice, justice was served in that case, yeah.
And when you look at it, justice has been served. What would it mean if they were to go to the Court of Appeal? What would inform the judgment in the Court of Appeal? What would the judge be looking at? Of course, we cannot introduce new evidence. We can only challenge the evidence that was brought. We can't produce new witnesses. Equally, Maribe, the prosecution one time was saying her verdict to be relooked at. Going into appeal, what do you perceive might happen? Will the case take the same trajectory? Will the courts uphold the ruling that yes, he deserves to die? Maybe will they have some clemency, kidogo or murumie? How do you see? I'm sure this is. I'm asking you to really go far beyond our jurisdiction. But how would you look at it playing out?
Okay, you know, that's why I told you, Jax, that it's only God who can save him at the current situation. The only God who will save Joy. Going to the Court of Appeal, maybe they may have that mercy kiasi. Yeah, they may look at it deeper or say, no, let us have mercy on this man. But that is only when God will intervene. But I still expect to have the same results, the same judgment that was given today. I'm still seeing it to be given even at the Court of Appeal. It's just God. Let us leave God. Maybe God can intervene and do something different from what we're expecting. But to me, I'm still trusting God will help him. But the judgment, I'm still seeing the judgment coming at the same point. Yeah, that is the judgment that will still come from the Court of Appeal. There's nothing different.
Now, all right. Now, I want us to move to something else before we go to politics. And this is something that borders what we are about to talk about in terms of justice, because our patients, our sick people, in about an hour, 17 minutes, they will not receive medical care because doctors are downing their tools. Doctors have come out to issue a strike notice that strikes immediately it is 12 midnight tonight, and it will paralyze our hospitals as we know it. Doctors before have gone, if you remember back in history, they have even gone on strikes for more than 100 days. People lost their lives. Many had to incur hefty costs of expenses because you either had to seek private or take your loved one to a different country. But by the end of the day, public hospitals, there were no doctors. What do you make of the looming strike? And equally, ODM and Azimio have called for the resignation of one Nakumincha, saying that she has failed to handle this issue with the seriousness it deserves. When you look at the whole issue, what do you make of it and the looming strike that happens in an hour, 16 minutes from now?
You know, Jakes, now this is the tragedy now. This is the great
Mhm,
tragedy that the nation is going to face. You know, on the issue of Joy and the killing of
mhm.
Monique, justice has been served because he participated in that killing. Here,
Yes, yes,
our
yes.
people are going to die. Our people are going to die who never participated in anything. The young
Mhm,
guy, the young children who are sick,
mhm,
women, the
mhm,
older, those people who have
mhm,
kuna magonjwa mengi sana, and these people, most of them, if they will not be attended to, they will die. So people are
mhm.
going to lose life for not even hata hajahusika kwa anything that is happening. And you know, we have to blame the
Mhm,
government because
mhm,
when it comes to doctors, nurses, and anything that concern medicine, that is a
mhm.
critical area that at any time a question is raised, the government should
Yeah.
put down everything that he was doing, and
Mhm,
listen to these guys, and then intervene haraka sana before anything happens. But remember, they
mhm,
requested for talks. They requested for talks. The government haijakubalia, haijawaongelesha. They gave them days to look into the issue, hawajaangalia mpaka imefika mwisho. They are putting down their tools. So to me, I will blame the
mhm.
government, and I think I can agree with the Azimio and the ODM that the woman should be removed from that post because he's going to cause a lot of death to our people, which is just unnecessary, and it would have been avoided.
But to be fair to her, this is not the first time that doctors are striking, and it's not the first time that we are having people downing their tools. And not that she will be the last one, but asking her to down her tools simply because they have not reached an agreement between her and the officials, or rather the board, the KMPDU. Don't you think is quite slightly unfair, given that we are talking about fairness and justice today? It's more about that, I
Okay,
think, in this show.
okay,
Do you think it's fair to ask her to resign, given that doctors have raised their grievances? Yes, they haven't been addressed, but asking for her resignation, will it even cure? Because the problem will still be there.
okay. Asking for her resignation, it may not happen, but
Mhm,
you have to call it because just a question. Because I'm not sure if she attended the meeting. By the time the
mhm.
doctors called her, Ama called the government to come and sit with them, did the government come?
Yes, yes.
Will it make any effort to
Mhm,
come and listen to them kweli? Because mimi sijaona kama walikuja
mhm.
wakati now. Did you see them coming and sitting with these doctors to discuss this issue? If they didn't come,
Yeah,
then it is
they have been
they
trying.
came.
Of course, the other day the doctors went. They tried to seek an audience. They had a march, and it ended nasty. And the anti-riot police even injured the Secretary General of Kenya MPDU. So those are some of the things that happened. Of course, probably they haven't reached a negotiating table to the level that they can negotiate. But the courts equally have pronounced themselves. Maybe we can listen into that, so that we can even get an in-depth of what this strike means, because the labor court has already stopped it, but the strike is on. The doctors have insisted the strike is on. So let's listen in to this. Then from this story, we now jump into politics.
is here, and the Employment and Labor Relations Court has suspended the planned medical health workers' strike that was to take effect after midnight tonight to facilitate an agreement on terms and conditions of minimum safety services. Now, the Kenyatta National Hospital had moved to court seeking to bar doctors working at the hospital from going on strike after the lapse of the 7-day strike notice, even as KMPDU remains defiant with that the strike will go on as planned. Now, KMPDU Secretary General David Atela says the government has not shown a willingness to address the grievances raised by doctors and has failed to honor the 2017 collective bargaining agreement. As our very own Mary Milwaukee reports, opposition MPs, led by Minority Whip Opiyo Wandayi, have criticized Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha for failure to avert the looming strike, terming it a drawback on the gains made in the healthcare sector.
Solidarity forever. KMPDU Secretary General Davji Atela says doctors countrywide will down their tools after midnight on Wednesday and will keep from their duty stations until the government honors its part in the collective bargaining agreement. The medics are accusing the Ministry of Health of going back on its word to post medical interns, remit payment for doctors taking postgraduate studies. They are also upset about failure to implement the salary increment as agreed upon in the 2017 CBA. The doctors are accusing Health CS Susan Nakhumicha of high-handedness and neglecting the health docket in favor of political meetings in her Western Kenya backyard.
Today we have a day to destiny. We find ourselves at a critical juncture where we are yet again called upon to put our hands onto the axis of the healthcare systems management in Kenya and bend it towards the correct side.
As KMPDU, we have crossed the Rubicon and we're at a point of no return. The strike notice that was signed dated 6th of March 2024 expires tonight, and we advise our doctors across the country to begin discharging patients and referring them. Because the government has been on strike for the last 7 years, and tonight we will join them fully.
The Kenyatta National Hospital has moved to the Employment and Labor Relations Court under a certificate of urgency to bar its doctors from taking part in the strike. Justice Brian Mongaya suspended the planned medical health workers' strike that was to take effect after midnight Wednesday to facilitate an agreement on terms and conditions of minimum safety services. He ordered an inter-parties hearing on Friday, the 15th of March, on recording of a compromise. He also directed the CS Labour to hold a tripartite meeting by noon Thursday, the 14th of March, between the health workers, public service employers and the Ministry of Health. However, the medics have vowed to go on with the strike, saying the government cannot expect them to respect court orders when it failed to implement the 2017 CBA in violation of court orders. The opposition has expressed solidarity with the doctors' strike, accusing the health CS of being out of touch with her docket.
The doctors' strike, which has been called by the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, that is set to commence at midnight, could have been averted. And for the avoidance of doubt, we stand in solidarity with the doctors. Sure. And we demand that the government does whatever it is necessary, first and foremost to avert the strike, but more importantly, to address the issues that the doctors are raising.
The impending strike threatens to paralyze the health sector, with critics terming the government's unwillingness to avert it a contradiction of its professed commitment to attaining universal health coverage. Clinical officers in the country issued a 14-day strike notice, which lapses on the 17th of March. Mary Milwaukee, Citizen.
Now, those are doctors. The clinical officers in 3 days' time will equally be joining them. what will it even mean when you think about it? When you don't have the doctors, when you don't have the clinical officers, maybe the people who will be remaining will be the nurses, and we don't know about their fate. Are we moving from bad to worse in as far as health sector is concerned in our country?
That's why I started by saying it is a tragedy. It is a tragedy in our nation, and that's why I said, in fact, you're the one who said that. Let us talk about you say that today we are talking about mercy. There's a word that you used. We are talking about fairness. Yeah, you said that we talk about fairness. Okay, let's talk about the fairness. When the doctors call for this thing, they call for the government to listen to them. Did the government make that a move just to come closer to them and sit down, discuss this issue? I never saw it. Although, as much as the doctors should not use that weapon, because this is a critical thing. The doctors wanachukua place ambayo it is very critical in our life, because at any time they miss attending to our sick people, they miss to attend to us, to our sick children, our mothers, our parents, they will die. You see, so they should not use that advantage to disadvantage other people who are not ready to pass toward their passing through. If at all government intervene kidogo ikawaongelesha ikawaambia iwapatie muda, the doctors should sit down na iwapatie muda, because what they carry it's very critical. Si kama sisi wengine ambao sisi kusema tuna strike, still kazi yetu inaweza ngoja kidogo. With the doctors waki strike, people will die, and this is a tragedy in our country. Doctors should not use this situation to allow our people to die because of their own benefit. That I'm talking about fairness. But equally, the government should listen to our doctors because of what they're passing through. We don't know what they're passing through. Maybe they need a lot of attendance, a lot of how can I put it? They are concerned with the things that they need to maybe to offer the better services in our hospital. So the government should listen to them, provide the equipment that it is necessary, so that they can participate in what they want to do. I see my friend Alex is around, and I'm really happy to see him.
Alex, good evening. But I think where you are is good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, it's a good afternoon. I had errands to run. My battery is almost going, but I'm soon arriving in the house, so I'll join you later. But before it runs out, we can still have a nice conversation. How are you, Jax and Mr. G?
We are quite well.
We are fine.
Yeah, I'm going towards my car. I had to go to the office and deal with some issues today that I haven't dealt with for a very long time. When you're self-employed, sometimes it's more tricky than when you are employed. You have more responsibility. Yeah. So talk to me, Jax. What are we talking today? I haven't even checked out because you did not send me the preambles.
I did. If you looked at your message, I did. But better still, it is a continuation from where we left during the day. The verdict is home. Joey has been sentenced to death. What do you make of that, Rolling?
It's quite unfortunate, and I saw Joey's mother cry foul of that. It is sad. It is quite sad that Joey was coerced into an act that put him in jeopardy, and it is sad like Jackie Maribe is getting away from it. It's equally sad that the people who used Joey are now quiet. I feel for the guy. And these are the lessons that we must learn in life, that honesty is key to everything. Had Joey said the truth from the very onset on what truly happened and transpired, he would have been exonerated from this nonsense. But he was lied to think that the politicians who used him were going to defend him. Joey has been used by the Jubilee Party, allegedly. I cannot confirm because we have seen Joey with guns, Joey in the security of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And I can confidently say that Joey was doing a politician's, how do we call it in English? errands.
You mean Joey was a hit?
The errands boy of he was doing the job of an errands boy.
A hitman.
A hitman, yeah. So when I look at Joey today, it is the saddest day for him. But you know, something, I don't know what has been going on in our country lately. I don't know if it's the end times, but there are things that are going on, like, you look at them, Jex unashanga. Where are we headed? Where are we coming from? Because you see, Jex, if it is not the end time, then I think explosions are going to kill Kenyans very soon. So when you look at people like Kabogo got away with the death of that Kalenjin young girl that was killed, and we have seen many examples whereby people buy justice. Okay, you can see Babu Owino bought justice when he shot DJ Who, you know. But because Joey is a nobody, because Joey has no position, because Joey was used badly, he has been served something that I can call today unconstitutional crisis. I am pro Joey. I am pro a boy child. If you look at Jackie Maribe lied to the court. Okay? So in litigation, we call it perjury. Okay? If you go intentionally, and that is what Clinton was accused of when he was the president, when he said, I did not sleep with that woman, only to find that, you know, Clinton had an affair. That's when I came past with the word called perjury. When you go to the courts and lie before the court, it is worse than the crime itself. It's called perjury. Okay? So Jackie Maribe was able to get out of it because of the political affiliation with Itumbi, and they were able to exonerate him. So who is the sacrificial lamb here? It's Joey. It is sad. We as men must stand up with Joey so that we can go for a renegotiation of that case and say, if men and women are involved equally in terms of what is called heinous deaths, both of them must serve in jail. I'm not saying the lady that was killed should not get justice. But the problem is the tricky side of it, whereby one person gets exonerated and one person get what? The sentencing. So then you ask, are our courts giving us justice? Just today, if you go to the courts of Kenya, if anything happens today and you are to be taken before the judge, are you going to get the necessary justice that you need, or it's going to be sort of a political expediency? This is where now the courts are failing, and I feel so bad for poor people. You see, when I was young, I used to hear that ukiiba chicken, you'll be jailed. But somebody steals billions and anafanya nini? He gets away with it. That's the classical example of what happened here to Joey. So I am against the jailing of Joey. Had it been done, you know, in line with Jackie Maribe, because they were together with Jackie Maribe, her phone was used, her car was used, and she hid these issues from the court, then I could have agreed that justice has been served. But justice has not been served here. The boy child now is crying here. And we must protect the boy child here, because what is happening is people like Utumbi are using political expediency to kind of manipulate the system. Thank you.
Now, Mr. G, Alex brings in a very interesting angle of the boy child. There's a reason why Jackie Maribe was exonerated, and a few days forward, she even gets a state's job. But the boy child has been sentenced to death. Is it fair? Is it fair? And we don't know the gist of the real story. Probably they were they were both culprits in this. We don't want to really pass judgment, but we don't know the true story about this. All right, but
Yeah,
from
exactly.
where you sit, what do you make of those two turn of events, where two guys who are accused, a man and a woman, the man gets the death penalty, the woman gets a state appointment.
Okay, listening to Alex, I will agree with Alex on the fact that Maribe was acquitted on this case, and yet he participated. I remember she's the same woman who aired this issue on the television that day after the woman is killed. It is Maribe who brought this issue on air na tukawasikiza. Alafu, he was connected to the same issue, to the same matter. But listening to Alex, why I'm saying that I agree with Alex on that issue of Maribe, on the issue of Maribe. And just on the issue of Joy, maybe I know the feeling, yeah, I understand the feeling, how we feel and everything, but to me, I still believe that justice has been served because he participated in the killing. Now, on the issue of Maribe, because it is something ambayo may happen from the dark side, behind the scene, we don't know how things happen, but we know that she participated. Maribe also should have received the justice, and he should have served in that penalty ambayo Joy amepitia, because all of them participated.
Now, I want now to move on because we were just going back because of Alex. Alex, there's a looming strike that happens in the next 45 minutes, courtesy of an issued notice from the medics, from the medical doctors via their union KPDMU. What do you make of it? And equally, Azimio has, or rather ODM has called for resignation of one Nakumincha, citing that she's more involved in Western politics than seeing the success of the health docket. What do you make of it?
You see, I have opined here several times. You have to be intelligent to understand the politics of Kenya and how it is going to be addressed in the next few days. You saw Kalonzo, Ichungwa, and other people have bromance today. Our arch rivalries today were having a bromance during the NADCO report. Whatever you are hearing about Nakumincha, whatever you are hearing about the realignment is an intentional thing so that while Raila is coming into this government and he is not telling us honestly how he's going to enter, there are people who are going to be sacrificial lambs. Okay? So when ODM is calling for that, okay, it's a plan that has been made up. I can guarantee you, Jex, in the next 1 year, you will see Nyakumincha go the same way as Esheda had to go. Was it a Cheli or Esheda? This young boy from Mumias. You will see Moses Kuria go, okay? You will see sacrificial lambs in this politics. And while they are doing that, they are realigning themselves in the politics of succession. So Raila has already negotiated with Ruto, unfortunately. And these things, they say in politics, nothing happened by accident. And if it happened by accident, it was designed to be so. So, and these strikes that you're also seeing, that they are calling, we need the death of the institution in our country. Yani, I feel so bad for our country. Because if you look at it very well, Kotu has died. Nat has died. Remember during the Moi era when Nat could call a strike. Remember during Uhuru's time when we went to a strike for how many months? When Sosion was the Secretary General. How many months was that?
90 days, 3 months.
So the death of our institutions that used to fight for the labor unions. If you look at the history of the labor unions in Kenya, first and foremost, it was started by a young political genius called Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya was actually one of the few people who was privileged to take even part in how Kennedy became the president of the United States. He was honored, he came here and campaigned. And I wish one of these days you could put that clip so that people can know how famous Tom Mboya was. He was not that educated, but he was prolific. He was intelligent. He was a smart guy. And he put us in a radar as a country, whereby people started asking, where did this young man come from? To a point that he was campaigning. So the labor movement started from there. Then we had Okech. Then we had Ochieng. Specific leaders. So the death of Nat came because of a man called Sosion. And let me reiterate here, whether people like it or not. Let me reiterate here. When Kalenjins are given institution, they milk them to death. Okay? They don't leave them alive. So the labor movement for Kenya has really failed. So even if people were to go for a strike today, Mr. Jakes, they will never be given salary increment. It will be a waste of time. If you can remember very well, there was a time nurses went for a strike for a very long time. Then the negotiation started and they were told to go back to work. When they were told to go back to work, they were lied to that they are going to be given their salaries. Remember, they were never paid that salary until today. That was the beginning and the end of the labor movements in Kenya. So people like Atuoli, they have overused their usefulness and they need to go home or to die because they are wasting our country. Okay? We don't need such kind of people who do not have what? A stand when it comes to labor unions.
Just one moment.
Hold on.
Allow me just a moment. Allow me not to wish you to wish anyone death, but go ahead.
It's not like we are wishing them death. They are wishing us already death. Because look at doctors. Look at dentists today, Mr. Jakes. Dentists are becoming what? Matatu drivers. And you went to dental school for 6 years. And then you had to go to your attachment for another 2 years. And then you end up becoming what? Is that not death you are wishing on our children? Eh? I can have all the justification to tell you. And let me tell you, Jakes, 2027, I'm going to be in that August house. And I'm going to fight, whether they kill me or not. But I'll tell you one thing. The institution, when it comes to strikes, even if you were to strike during the Ruto administration, you're not going to get any salary increment. If you look at the narrative right now, Mr. Jakes, and I want you to accept with me that how did Raila accept the finance bill to be passed? How did Raila accept the housing levy to be passed? Was it not a political negotiation that was done in conjunction to what? And now we saw Orengo meet with the Kotu Secretary General, who was Mr. Atuoli, and that's when I started, connecting the dots to tell you that, look, Kenya is not headed in the good direction. I think it's time to overhaul our political process so that we can take these old folks the same way we did in 1992, when we had the so-called the Young Turks, who took over that country and changed it for the better until we had a new constitution. I think it's over time whereby new crops of leaders like me and you, Jakes, should take over that country, who are prolific the same way EFF has done to South Africa. And the reason is, unless we have young, sharp people who are not politically compromised, that country is going to its knees. We don't have opposition leaders right now. We don't have opposition in that country. And Jakes, my battery is going.
Before it really goes, allow me to ask you this. So what can we do now to avert this strike? Because we only have like 30 minutes and it will happen. And what can be done?
Jakes, we are going to do nothing. Ruto has become a de facto leader. Ruto has become like a dictator in that country. Ruto has no opposition. Ruto has bought, in the history of Kenya, there was not, even when Moi was ruling that country, the judiciary was bought, the legislature was bought, and the executive was bought. It worked concurrently within the constitutional meanings. But right now, if you look at Ruto, Ruto is just having a free walk-off. Today he was dancing and talking with Kalonzo. The other day in Omabay, he was dancing and talking with Raila Amolo Odinga. So who is going to face this man and tell him not to rule this country in the way he wants to? So we are not going to avert that strike. That strike, people will go and they will not be paid. If I was a labor union person right now, I would just tell them that don't go to strike, because if you go to strike, you're not going to be paid. You're not going to be paid. And then you lose 3 months' salary. Do you know how that difficult is? And Jex, let me tell you, in average, if you look at statistics, I'm an economist. The average household in Kenya gets 30 to 50,000. Then housings have become very expensive. If you have children, you'll get a 2-bedroom house in Nairobi. Let's say Mombasa. Mr. G will tell us here, you pay an average between 25,000. So you are left with another 25,000 to deal with the school fees, to deal with food, to deal with clothing, and constantly people like Mr. G are having loans after loans after loans after loans. People are surviving on Fuliza. People are surviving on loans. So if you were to go for a strike today, 3 months you are not paid. How long is it going to take you in order to pay your rent 3 months backward? Don't go to that strike. Don't call it, because William Samoei Ruto is hell-bent to make us very poor, and he has succeeded in that. Thank you, Mr. Jex.
Bwana G, what do you make of all that Alex is saying? Equally, what do you make of this? That we have been here before. We have lost lives before because of doctor strike and even nurses strike. Don't we learn our lessons, and must it always reach this level?
No, and that's why when we began, I told you that we are in a very tragic moment. By the time the doctors announced that they're going for the strike, that is a tragedy that is going to hit the Kenyans. And I talked about the innocent guys, ambao hawana anyone who can fight for them. Those young girls ambao ni wagonjwa ambao wanaenda kudeliver in the hospital. Those people who are sick in a critical condition. Some of them may die because of this strike. But now, what Alex is talking is the truth. The situation is really bad in Kenya, but these people, they cannot be heard. That's why when I talked of it, you said that we need to talk on a fair. We need to be fair in every situation, which is really true. We need to be fair in every corner. But now,
my phone has warned me. My phone has warned me it's going off, but I'll be back in 15 minutes. Let me say one thing. I never thought at any time in my lifetime I will ever be against Raila Odinga. And I say this with pain and tears. Raila has become the greatest betrayer of the democracy that we truly believed, because some of us who supported him gave them our hearts and our soul. When he's selling us William Samoei Ruto, it really pains me. If you look at today, our children, there is no employment being created. Our children are going to Gulf, being paid only 30,000. They are dying in the Gulf. There is no prolific expansion on how jobs can be created. And Raila now is starting to negotiate for positions at the seat of prime minister, the seat of so and so. Instead of us talking about the standard of living, I wish the people of Mount Kenya could elevate Martha Karua to fight for us so that we can put this country in order. But the mountain is not ready to do that. They are the greatest betrayer also of democracy in Kenya. My phone is going off, lakini, let me tell you, it is the saddest day in my life today. When I look at how the politics of Kenya is being carried, we are hopeless, we are senseless, we are defeated, and we have nobody to look at. The political class has united. Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Ruto. Now, who do we have, Mr. Jex? Who is left? Who is left, Jex? Who is going to fight for me and you? Jex, you are a graduate. You don't have a job that you need to have. Who is going to fight for you and me? Where are our children going to? Are we going to be giving birth to our children to go to the Gulf so that they can be slaves? Thank you.
Well, okay. Now let's come back to this. Even as I bring in a political dimension to this. The first person after politicians left was Akina Atwoli. We saw them now give their allegiance to the president. We called him names and we called him a sellout. Kidogo kidogo, we saw Orengo in India with the president. Only for us to see now Raila Odinga in Uganda with the president, with the news of him going for AUC. Atwoli heads a very important organization in Kenya, the KOTU, Labor Union. Raila and team help in so many things, including putting the government on toes. When you look at all this, can we conclude definitively that William Ruto, the president, has been able to quiet any opposition or any form of person, people, or individuals who would oppose him, and hence he's on a free drive, no bumps, nothing, no challenge. He's all cruise, all sail, no hindrances.
You know, Jex, what Alex is talking about makes a lot of sense. When I connect to the question that you're asking right now on this political arena, yeah, it's very true that that Ruto has succeeded with his plans. His plans was to silence anyone who can oppose him. The plans were to silence even Raila himself, and that's why one day he stood up and told us that kama hatutajipanga vizuri, hatutakuwa 2027, hatutakuwa hata na nini, hatutakuwa hata na agents on our side. Look at the scenario now where we are in right now. Now the problem, and that is the question that we are asking ourselves. Yeah. Why is it that Baba had to go, leaving behind his course, his calling, going to dine and sit with the person who has frustrated our country, the person who was in the former government and frustrated the president who was the city president, who was his boss. Now Baba leaving his plan, leaving his course, leaving everything that he believed in, going and dining with this guy just because of the seat that the guy cannot even. I think it is the president of Uganda who said that he's the one who is going to carry that name of Raila. This president of us, the president of us, cannot do that thing. Even though we are being told that he's the only one who has to support Baba for Baba to get the seat, which is not true. But now, why are we finding ourselves at the moment whereby we are now alone? No one can fight for us. Kina Kalonzo, who are opposition leaders, they're now dining with the president, as they call him all sort of names, humbling before them, wakiwaambia waweze kuwakumbuka, wafanye kazi pamoja. How can you work with somebody who destroyed your life, who stole from you, who killed your life? You're going to dine with him. Why? Now the question that Alex has asked, who will fight for us? I don't see anyone. The person who was in the better place to fight for us is Atwoli, but Atwoli was the first person who left us behind, akakimbilia huku the other side, because he's the person who should fight for the workers in our country. Huenda kwa mtu wa kwanza kutuacha. The politician ambao wako sahi wote, they have run away from us. We are only remaining with Karua and some Kinanani and Kinawanjigi. Kinawanjigi, there are people who you cannot trust because they have never been in this political arena. Wamejitokeza tu from nowhere. You cannot even substantiate their leadership at the moment. For instance, tupatie mtu kama nani? Tupatie mtu kama huyu Wanjigi. How sure are we able to say that we are being safe in his hands? Hadi hatujaiona anything ambayo imefanyika kwake. I'm not talking about the business because he's a businessman. He owns a lot of businesses out there. But now I'm talking about the issue of leadership and politics. Wanjigi hajakuwa kwa any political place ambayo anaweza tuonyesha tukasema kwa this guy is a leader who can lead us to a certain place where we want to reach. Hakuna. Tumebaki na kina Kalonzo. Martha Karua is there, okay. But now Martha Karua hawezi peke yake. She can't alone. Kwa sababu she's having a lot of kuna forces behind it. Kwanza kwao kwenyewe in Central Kenya. He has a lot of forces that zinampiga kila upande that he need to fight and overcome those forces before he comes to this other side. Huku tumebaki na kina Kalonzo who are not adding any value in our side. So inabaki ni kama hatuna anyone who can fight for us. To your question, I think I said that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. On your question, I think I said that the man who is Ruto managed to silence us all. No one can stand before him at the moment.
Allow me to acknowledge people who are watching and tuning in. I see Goodia and Akina Liz M, Akina Dr. Recap, and they're equally raising some nice and interesting points hapo kwa comment section. And equally, you, dear viewers, can equally participate in this conversation by equally raising your sentiments, and equally you can join us on studio through the link that has been provided therein hapo kwa comment section. Now, Goodia says that some people still support Raila. I have always said from day one, Ruto will reward his royal fans and his two brothers, Uhuru and Raila. Now, already Uhuru has something he's doing in the AU. If Raila succeeds, he will join him in the AU. So there will no one who would say has that form of the money like these two families have will be left. All right. The class of politicians who will be left around, many of them are politicians who only follow the flag, the wind. They are not known to have a sound standing when it comes to matters, decisions, either in parliament or even in advocating for policies that affect Mwananchi. They sing and dance to the tune of the one calling the piper or the one paying the shots. Now, from where you sit, the exit of now Raila Odinga, the exit of Uhuru Kenyatta from politics, the exit of these two strong leaders leaves William Ruto with less competition. All right. Now, what will it take for any leader to emerge? What does any leader have to do, given that Parliament is captive, the judiciary is captive, most institutions are captive as we speak, to the level that we don't have someone who can stand out and say, this is the person who now probably our hopes can be directed towards. We don't have anyone who is so vibrant, vocal, charismatic enough to take on William Ruto head on. So what can a person who wants to take on William Ruto do? What are the things that you should one consider? How would we look at this when you want to really challenge William Ruto even going forward?
Okay, on this issue of kingpinship, you are always not given. Yeah, you have to grab it. And grab it, you need to be bold enough. Yeah, you need to be bold enough. Now, the boldness is what you are lacking at the moment. Because every leader that we are having at the moment, wale watu ambao wako na uoga. Yeah, they should trust somebody to direct them. They should trust somebody touch, to lift their hands so that they can say anything. But ikifikia mahali ambapo somebody who is really competent in his job and he knows what he wants and he's ready to bring revival in our country can gather the courage that takes, alafu asimame, I believe we can still succeed. The problem is that we are lacking those leaders who can stand by their own. They should trust that they have to be held their hand by some people like Raila. They should held mkono inafaa ishikwe na watu kama kina Ruto so that they can do anything. But to me, I believe that you have to grab that opportunity. You have to see the opportunity and then you grab it.
Now, I look at what you're saying and I ask myself, it's one thing to grab. From what angle? What? How would you go about it? Would you begin by maybe getting some few MPs on your side? Do you begin by bringing some amendments in Parliament? Do you begin by challenging William Ruto in courts? How would anyone begin? I know it's an interesting question.
It is a tricky question, but I think we can follow the full steps that Baba used when he was at task, when he was young tax. The moment that they were young with the Kina Orengo, there is a way that they used to politic and their style of politic. It was very different from how they are doing it today, you see. So I think for those young guys and those people who want to bring revolution in our country, they should go back to those days and see how these people used to do their things, how they used to organize themselves. The only thing that can deliver people is when you gather that courage to do something that it appears to be impossible with other people. At the moment somebody anaweza simama na akasema, I'm ready to take this mantle, I'm ready to do this thing, it will happen. The problem, and I still repeat, the problem is that we still lack that courage to stand up and take this mantle. When Baba took over as the kingpin of Nyanza, his father was there, and his father was one of the kingpin in Nyanza. But we saw how he rose without fear, without anything. Na hata kama kwenda jela, akaenda jela, akafungwa for many years, akafungwa kwa sababu ya the thing that was in his heart. He wanted to deliver our country. Always something like kingpinship, kwa ikuji kirahisi. Sometimes inakuja with the pain. Kama when you look at Raila, utapata Raila kila wakati akisimama, it takes maybe 2 minutes, unaona anajipanguza machozi because of what he went through, the pain he went through, the frustration he went through akiwa kwa jela. So always these things on politics is not an easy game, and it's not something for the faint. It is not a thing for the faint. This is a thing of a strong man who is ready to die for his country. Then he can deliver. There's something I wanted to connect to this guy. There's a guy, I think he was in Zambia. Kaunda was in which country?
Kenneth Kaunda, Zambia.
Zambia, yeah, he was in Zambia. This young guy, when he was young, I think he was a teacher by then. That's when he saw the need of having revolution in that country. And he just organized that small team when he was a teacher. And within a few years, the revolution ilipatikana. Yeah, revolution ilipatikana. And Kaunda is one of the biggest man that we always remember in our country. When we talk about revolution, Kaunda's name, lazima ita come up. So, it needs somebody who can see this thing from far. Yeah. And before you see it, you have to become first. See the revolution before you, become the revolution, and be ready to die for what you believe in. Unajua Raila, we have been believing in Raila, thinking that Raila can give us the revolution, but we have come to know that Raila will never give us the revolution. He was able to give us the revolution when he was still young, but at the moment tumepata ni mtu ambaye he will call for something, you end up finding him doing things that are opposite from what he believes in. Kama sahi, going and dining with Ruto, that is not honorable. For him, the person who we expected maybe retire, he is going to retire being a honorable man in the politics, an enigma of our country ambaye amekuwa for a very long time. He should retire in honorable way. But sasa angalia, anaretire kama mtu ambaye amebetray wa Kenya. We are seeing him as somebody ambaye let down which is not a good show to him, the man who is really loved. Yeah.
Now, you call it a betrayal. Others are still are yet to come to terms. I think some have even said Baba has confessed haendi mahali. Addis Ababa ni hapa. I've even heard someone saying that he can work for 2 years, then after 2 years he resigns. I don't
Those
think.
are lies.
One of the questions I asked myself, I don't think we have presidents from different countries who will be willing to allow someone to just take a position only for him to quit on it or to resign simply because they are seeking more ambitious. You know, maybe the question, even because I know there'll be an interview and all that, maybe the question will be, what will he do if the political climate in Kenya changes or when we near elections? Will he quit his seat, you know, simply because right now he has nothing to do, so he's looking for that, so that once politics is ripe in Kenya, he comes back. From where you sit, do you see any president gambling like that and even nominating or even allowing him to be the chair? Because I think it's a very wrong way to start any elective or any seat or any appointment that you are seeking for, that you are starting it to quit once a certain time comes. What do you think?
You know, I call it a lies because, you know, there's no way you can start campaigning for a seat, a chairmanship seat, and then you tell us that you'll just take it for only 2 years. Taking that seat for 2 years, what are you going to do in that 2 years? What will you do? What will you deliver in this Africa, the continent that has trusted you on that seat? Everything that is happening at the moment is just lies. Ndio unaona anaendelea kutudanganya akituambia ati Addis Ababa ni hapa, I will just take 45 minutes nishafika Nairobi, I'll take 2 hours nishafika, ama 1 hour nimefika. Those are lies. You should stop lying to us. Abaki gentleman ambaye alikuwa kuanzia kitambo. He should talk truth. Ikiwa ameamua kutoka kwa politics za Kenya, he has decided to come out of it. Let him be honorable. Talk and speak the truth. Akishatoka hapa akaenda AU, hata kwa even one chance ya kukuja kwanza kuongea mambo ya politics hapa, atakuwa held up kule. If, and this is a question ambayo nimekuwa nikiuliza kila wakati, if at all he was on that infrastructure docket na ilibidi retire so that he can come to handle this issue ya nini politics in our country, sahi amepewa chairmanship, atamanage vipi kufanya chairmanship ikiwa anafanya politics za huko, and yet you are not allowed to do that? Those are lies ambao anafaa aache kutumanage. Yeah, awache kutumanage. He has decided to come out of our country, leaving politics aside, yeah, in our country. So akubali, tunaambia watu ukweli kuwa hata rudi, ameamua kwenda na ameamua kwenda, aenda akae kule. The people who can take over from him, they should start emerging now.
So
but
from
what
where
I
you
know
sit,
is that
is managing the crowd, the supporters.
Yeah, he's just managing. Yeah, he's just managing the supporters. He's managing the country. He's managing his supporters because he knows that people believe in him. Na wakati atasema amejitoa kwa siasa, watu wengi wataumia. So he's just managing people, and he should stop this. Yeah, he should stop this. Just imagine, Mr. Jex, just imagine. How can you tell us? How can you tell us that you are going for an AU seat for only 2 years, and then you resign, alafu unakuja kupigania kiti ya president? It doesn't even resonate.
There are things that at times are even interesting when you look at them from a different angle. One of the things that is striking in all this is that it's true Addis Ababa is not far from Kenya, but it's equally true that he will not be as available as we would want him to be. But then again, the supporters, I've listened to many, they seem to believe that it's true. He will always be here at the back and call and that we are reading too much. And in fact, I think there was a statement made somewhere that all this is media creation. Baba is not going anywhere. The media is blowing it out of proportion. My question to you is from this angle now. Some of the supporters, is it that they are in denial, or is it that they don't know what to do with his exit, or that his exit scares them, and that's why they are almost ignoring what would happen, and the fear of the unknown gives them a shiver that they wouldn't want even to think about. So they have chosen to shut their mind. They're only thinking about, you know what, Baba is haendi mbali, Baba atakuwa tu. So they're encouraging themselves. They're telling themselves what they need to hear. But the truth of the matter is, politics as we know it will change. So from where I sit as a supporter, and I think I've asked you this before, are some of the supporters in denial? I've heard and I've listened to many, and what they are opining is quite interesting. It's almost that they're not sure whether Raila will come back, that they don't know. They're not sure whether he'll buy in 2027, that they don't know. But wako na kale ka surety, amesema si mbali. What do you make of that?
No, we are just living in a denial, Mr. Jakes. We are living in denial. We don't want to accept the truth. And that's why many of our supporters from Azimio, many of our supporters from ODM will never tell you that Baba is lying. Will never tell you that Baba has betrayed us. We are living in a betrayal. Yeah, we are living in a denial. And we need to stand up and speak the truth. Yeah. We are in a denial. There's no way tutaweza kujidanganya sasa tukisema kuwa Baba haendi mahali and yet Baba is really going. I listened to the discussion ambayo imekuwa nini Addis Ababa and the conclusion ambayo maamua. It shows that Baba will take this seat. Yeah, that really shows 100% Baba is taking the seat. Because the seat is coming for the East Africa. Inakuja kwa East Africa and Baba is taking the seat. So it's true, Baba is going. Yeah, Baba is going. And we need to wake up into a realization that Baba will not be in our politics again. Imamba kuishi kwa denial tutoke.
Mr. G, there's this interesting thing that I think I read in one of these journals. The fact that he's moving out, and you have answered about the supporters. Now, let me ask you about his close lieutenants. Why is there, ni mapema ndio, lakini kumeanza kuwa na a certain narrative being peddled. Latest coming from one Babo Wino, who I think it was yesterday in Ramogi, he made a statement that was very interesting. That Baba has proposed Joho, equally proposed Oparanya, but equally he himself must be on that table, or there is no table at all. What do you make of such a statement coming from a prominent leader like one Babo Wino?
Okay, Babo Wino is a prominent leader. I agree with you, Alex. But more so to me, I believe he's just a comedian. He's just a joker. He's somebody who is not really serious with what he's talking about. You know, when it comes to leadership, kama pale Baba amefika, you know, that is not a playing ground ambao unaweza sema lazima uwe pale. Unafaa kufikia place fulani, you have to sacrifice kufikia pale mahali. There's some things ambazo zitakuchonga. You know, in life hakuna vile you can just have a child today alafu mtoto aanze kukula mafupa, aanze kuambia mimi nitakula nyama and yet hata hana meno, hajamea meno, alafu anakuambia nitakula nyama. No, he has to grow mpaka afikia pale mahali ambapo atamea ile meno ya ile the milk teeth zitoke ndo apate the original teeth ambazo zitakuwa strong ndo aweze kukula mafupa. So Babu Wino is still growing, as much as we call him a prominent, because some followers. Having followers does not mean that you are the leader who can lead the country. No, you can have followers because of your comedies ambazo una participate, comedies ambazo unafanya. Sometimes back we had a preacher, Odok is still there, Pius Mwiru. He had a lot of followers in the whole country. Ikamdanganya akasema anaenda kusimama kwa presidency. Wakati alisimama tangu hiyo siku mpaka leo umemuona wapi akiwa vile alikuwa kitambo? That was the end of him. So sometimes comedy inaweza kukudanganya ukafikiria uko na supporters, kumbe hauna hata supporters. They're just following you because of what you gave them. That the comedy part ambayo you are giving them, but it's not that they are following you because you are a leader. In leadership, when you read the book of the Machiavelli book, he talked about the leadership. And that leadership, he talked about principalities, and he talks also about the public. And on a principality, there's something called hereditary. And it is just because this is all in leadership. Kwa hereditary, there's another two things that he talks about. Ambao ni kuna kitu inaitwa fortuna, and another thing called, I think, the virtue, which is all in the leadership. So ukiangalia on this thing ambao niko kuongelea, although is a book ambao ina mambo mengi pale ambao mpaka usome ndio uelewe vitu zingine ambao pia tunasema. When you look at that leadership ambao nani kwa Machiavelli alikuwa explain pale, we have leaders ambao wana inherit hereditary from their families, maybe from their fathers, ama iko in their lineage, ndio wanapata that leadership. But in another way, we also have some leaders who are very new. Kama kwa hii president ambao tuko sahi, tukiangalia life ya Ruto familia yao haijai kuwa na president. You see, but aliweza kufight mpaka akapata president. Sasa he's a president. We have people ambao wanapata that kwa sababu ya lineage, kwa sababu ya hereditary, because wengine wanapata because of fortune, ile tu nini tu the favor. Ani how can I put it, kuna watu ambao huwa wanakuwa favored, wanapata kitu ambao maybe walikuwa hawastahili kupata, but just because of the conspiracy with the nature and everything, wanapata jamaa from nowhere anapenda tu anakuwa rise to a leadership. Kuna wengine ambao wanachukua kwa nguvu, they kill people, wanaitumia kwa wanaitumia in a very long. There's a time ambao alitumia, there's a time ambao Machiavelli alitumia those wicked leaders ambao wana take power through wicked way, killing people, killing leaders, and then wanachukua their kingdoms. This is everything that always happen in the leadership, but now on our side we may not use that one kwa sababu those are things ambazo zilikuwa happen kitambo. Sai on the issue ambao umeuliza kuhusiana na mambo ya Babu Wino and these other guys ambao ni kina Joho. When you talk about Joho is somebody ambaye he's not also a leader, even though he has a support. Kuna watu ambao wanampenda because of how he carry himself, the boldness that is in him and everything. But as I always say, being bold doesn't mean that you are a great leader. Boldness iko just part. Yeah, it's just part. Unakuwa bold, unaweza kutusi mtu, unaweza jipiga kifua, but that does not mean that you are a leader who is fit to stand maybe for the presidency. So when I look at Joho bado hizi kuwa the best presidents tukimpatia, he doesn't qualify. When I look at Babu Wino need to grow. He needs to work on his lifestyle ambayo anaishi. The comedian part itoke kwake, awe mtu ambaye at least he can be reasonable, mtu ambaye anaweza wacha hiyo vitu mingi ambayo anafanya, amachue enough so that anaweza sema sana naenda kuketi kwa hiyo seat. When we say that at the moment hakuna mtu ambaye anafit kwa kiti kwa shoe ya Raila, that we're just talking out of nowhere. We know what Baba has passed through kufika mahali amefika, the pain he has gone through, the struggle he has gone through to reach where he has reached. So tukiangalia mtu ambaye anaweza fit pale mahali anaweza fit, hatuoni kabisa mtu ambaye anaweza fika pale mahali yeye amefika. Look at this. Let me just give you a small example. I think it was December. Nani alipoamuka Wanjigi, he called for a conference na akaambia watu kuwa we are giving this government 3 months, na ikifika March kama hawaja behave watashangaa what they will see. Kuna anything umeona different? Miezi 3 imeisha sasa. Kuna anything umeona different? Mimi sijaona anything. Sijaona anything.
No,
Yeah, and he told them
what they said, they talked about so many things, but there's something that has happened and has continued. The dollar has really shot down. Now it's at 137 thereabout. That's a positive change. Tomorrow, I don't know how IPRA will announce the new fuel prices. So those are changes that were not there. So I don't know. I don't know from what angle Jimmy
No,
Wanjigi
but
would be looking at.
no,
But
that
go
one
on.
is the influence. That cannot be the influence of Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi talked about the cost of living. He talked about the cost of living. Okay, dola manipulate imerudi chini. How about the cost of
So
living now?
the word you have used is
The cost of
manipulate.
yeah. Now the cost
All
of
right.
living bado iko pale pale. The cost of living is still there. Watu bado wanang'ang'ana. Watu bado still they cannot pay the school fees. Watu still they cannot even afford food. Life, the cost of living bado iko high. Let's wait and listen to what the opera will say. But what I know is that hiyo kitu ambayo will happen to me, what Wanjigi told us that it happened on March, hakuna any impact. These guys, they need to work on themselves. They need to work really hard. Kufika pale mahali baba
Let me ask
amefika.
some of these leaders, are they good in hyping? You know, hype men. And I don't want to even include Kalonzo in this statement, but I'm almost
You
driven
have
to
to
ask
include
this.
him. Just include
Are
him,
these
yeah.
people who say they're nowhere? We're not seeing them doing anything political. But tukikaribia uchaguzi, we will see the likes of Peter Kenneth coming out. We'll see the likes of Mwangi wa Iria coming out. We'll see the likes of Kalonzo saying, hata mimi nimetosha kuwa rais. We'll see them. But when we need them, like now when the cost of living is, you know, a pain in our dark side, when all this is happening, we are not hearing from them. All right. They are so quiet. Okay. You know, someone said at times what really hurts is not the noise from our our enemies. It is the silence from our friends. Now they come with the element of being our friends, but when we need them, they're so silent. So right now, somehow I would say we are not feeling their presence. All right. So in any case, their absence won't really. The absence is not causing us a bother. So equally, it means their presence is not something that we should look forward to. So my point was this: the likes of Kalonzo, the likes of okay, at least Jimmy Wanjigi of late amekuwa slightly active. They are silent, and whenever they speak of late, it's interesting. It's almost they're supporting the government they opposed. Now, who should be the person now we say qualifies to inherit Baba's position, given that Kalonzo, despite him supporting Raila Odinga severally, when it matters, when it counts, he fails. All right. Some politicians they hibernate until that last hour. So from where you sit, what should Mwananchi now look at for the next choice of a leader?
You know, we have a leader like Martha Karua. Even though Martha Karua, she's really passing through a lot of hardship kwa his region ambao ni Central Kenya, but tungeweza kupata Martha Karua awe ameshikwa and he's surrounded with people who are ready to fight with her. I think Martha Karua angekaribia closer to what Baba believed in, because Martha Karua is one woman who is able to she has a stand. Akisema anafanya kitu, she's somebody who you can trust. You see. But now when you look at these men, the men ambao amebaki kwa sahi, there's no one who can lead us to where we want to reach. These are just people who have that hyper thing ambao ulikuwa unaongelea. These are the people who want to come wakati sasa kuna post wameona wanataka kuchukua. That is when they will rise up wachukue. But when it comes to a place whereby the calling is and they need to come out and fight for mwananchi wa chini, they are nowhere to be seen. So as much as your shoes ya Baba iko so large to these people, no one can fit in, but at least somebody like Martha Karua angeza to deliver from what he's going through in Central Kenya, alafu apate a support from that base, and then he come and have some people also who can support him in these other regions, to support her in these other regions, I think we can deliver this country.
Now, during the course of this show, there's someone who said something that was interesting, and this is TRM. And thank you, TRM, for this. And this was his sentiments. TRM asked this question: why do we always talk about Mount Kenya, the Rift Valley, and the Western region, but rarely discuss Turkana, Marsabit, Samburu, and others? Why is Mount Kenya so important compared to others?
You know, looking at the politics, Kenyan politics, mostly look at central Kenya. You'll find that in central Kenya, these are the big businessmen people who we have in this country. And when you want to know where the country moves politically, always you'll go to central Kenya, because those are the people who decides what happened. They are the people who control the economy of this country. When you go back to Turkana, when you go to Turkana, there's nothing much utapata Turkana. Nothing much utapata Turkana. Enda Samburu, a dry land.
But there is something much. It's think about it. Experts have it. We have oil in Turkana. Oil is quite a precious gold. We have an underground lake that they speak about that can feed the country. I don't know how true that was, that it could feed the whole country for several years. But
exactly.
Is it that because these are places that we term marginalized, hence we pay little attention to, but they could really signify a lot, both politically and even in as far as economics is concerned?
Exactly. I can agree with you, Mr. Jakes. You know, if at all we can get people, the people who are seriously want to deliver our country, alafu watoke hapa waende mali kama nini, waende mali kama Dubai, ama waende mali kama Israel, because these are the countries which have been in an arid area, mali ambao iko so dry, arid area, na wameweza kudeliver that place from arid to a very fruitful land. Waende wasome how those people do their work, alafu wakuje Kenya, waende mali kama pale Samburu, which is a dry land, waende pale Turkana, which is also a dry land, and they cultivate that place, wanaitengeneza vizuri, wanaangalia vile Saudi Arabia walifanya, deliver their economy. They come to Kenya and they practice. In fact, in Kenya we can do it better than those other countries. Shida ni kuwa in Kenya hatuna watu ambao wako serious that are ready to deliver our country. We don't have people who are and who have the heart of Kenyans in their hearts to deliver it. As you just said, that allegation is there that we have a very big lake in Turkana, which can really feed our country in many years. Wacha hiyo, kuja hapa Indian Ocean, the water iko hapa mingi sana, but in Mombasa just to get that fresh water si rahisi, but we have here, although ni chumvi, is a salty. Why can't we just find some machines ambayo inaweza kuja ikatengeneza hii maji ikakuwa safi watu wakunywe? Vitu kama hiyo iwezi fanyika.
I think it is a very extreme. Many countries have argued that. I don't know. I think it calls for a lot in terms of infrastructure and all. And
exactly.
Also think about it. I think it's quite expensive to use Indian Ocean water. I think because most countries border these large waters, and most of them probably use it for sports, for fishing, but they don't go to the level of using it for what we call it, for domestic purposes. And if they do, I tend to think it's expensive, but or the science in it, maybe Kenyans have to invest in the same. But what can be done? Because I'm sure there are sources of water that can be alternatives. What can be done? Because you are in Mombasa. How do you get the water that you use right now? Is it from boreholes? Is it from piped water from other regions?
Yeah, we get it from other regions, because in Mombasa there's a big problem with this issue of fresh water. In fact, most of this water ambayo ziko Mombasa is just from boreholes, and hiyo ndio inatumika for washing and taking baths and those other sort of things, but fresh water inakuja mara moja moja from other regions, zinaletwa na magari. So what I was trying to, we lack that infrastructure that can help us. That's why I said if we get people to go to Dubai, how did Dubai came up? Dubai was just a flat land, a dry land, but look at it how it is sahi. And it was not just ati ni kitambo sana, no, si kitambo, but it's
Yeah,
a place ambao sahi.
Dubai and other countries we talk about, they came because the leaders were intentional about it. Our leaders, are they really intentional?
That's why that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm telling you, Jakes, our leaders hawana Kenya in their heart. They're not ready to deliver our country. Yeah, they're not ready. Hii kitu ambao muongelea, the oil, it is in Turkana. Imepatikana miaka gani? Miaka mingi sana, more than 5 years ago. Yeah, but at the moment ni kama hata haifanyi kazi. Ni kama imesimama. I'm not sure even if it is working. Na kama ina work, it is real in a very small pace. Kwa sababu people are not ready. Watu hawana ile heart. We always need people. For you to deliver your people, you have to have them in your heart. If you are to deliver Kenya, lazima Kenya iwe in your heart to deliver it. But now we are lacking those people. We are lacking people who can come and change this country. Because the country, you have the land. You have everything that takes this country to grow up, economy to grow. But we are still depending on the outers, on the whites. Ndio tunakuwa puppets wao. Tunafanya vitu ambavyo hastahili mpaka sasa tunaletewa manini, tunaletewa this nini, hii mambo ya this gays inaitwangaje, this gaysism inaitwangaje, there's a
LGBT,
yeah,
Z and all those alphabets.
Yeah, tunaletewa vitu kama hizo just because tunataka help from them, which is an evil thing. Yeah, so what I can just say is that we lack leaders, and we are talking about Central Kenya. Central Kenya is just a country, a county. Is not a county, but is a region that commands the economy of this country, because it carries people about their big businessmen. There are people who have a lot of the big companies about the Central Kenya. Go to the region itself. These are the people about they are among the largest community in our country. It is among them. So they command a lot of inaitwanga something. There's something I wanted to talk about, but in jina hiyo kitu. But I think I remember, and I'll talk to you, Mr. Jakes. But what I'm saying ni kuwa there's no way we can talk of Turkana na tuache Central Kenya. No, Central Kenya is something that lazima tutaongelea. Alafu vitu kama Turkana zitakuja baadaye, vitu kama Samburu hizo zitakuja baadaye.
Now, there are things that before we go out from that topic of ODM, Raila Odinga, what Ruto's role is in this, there is equally something that is happening that I don't know. Is it because we are lacking someone to really challenge the president on this one? And it is the issue of Haiti. Here is a country whose even prime minister has stepped down. Yesterday, the PS, I think, made a statement, and today another statement. It was called off. Now it has been called back on. So we are still going to this country. The biggest question is this: why is it so almost a must that despite it all, we must send our soldiers there? It's like if we don't, we have committed an atrocity or something. Why is it that the government is so hell-bent in making sure that it sends its police to Haiti? What could really be the reasoning? Because it's now becoming very suspicious that despite it all, it still insists it must go on with the plan to deploy the police to Haiti. One of the questions that I would even ask you, what if it doesn't even succeed? What if it causes more harm than good? What if we end up losing more lives than we ought to have? Why is it so important? Why is Haiti so important? But before you answer me, can we? Oh, okay, go ahead. But I wanted to play a clip explaining that. But go on. I'll play immediately after you're through.
Jex, I think in Kenya we lack leaders who can advise the president on what is right and what he should do. Yeah, we have people who want to please him, people who want to speak what he wants to listen to. We don't have that leader who will tell him the truth on something that is going to happen, which is a very dangerous thing. About as a president, he should not focus on that matter. That is a country that has been taken over by goons, and they are not just thugs kama wetu ambao wanatembea hapa wakiibia watu mang'ombe. Those are people who are using guns, and those guns, the guns ambazo they are more confiscated than even what we are using at the moment sisi wenyewe hapa Kenya. They have a lot of material, a lot of weapons that even sisi wenyewe hatuna hapa Kenya. And those are the people ambao you are taking policemen, people who are not trained to fight, and you take them for war. You know, that is a war. That is the battleground. That there's no peace they're going to play to make in that country. Unajua wakati unaongea about peace, you talk about unaenda mahali ambao utapata environment iko conducive where you can dialogue with these people. You can dialogue with the two groups. Unaweza communicate with them, ukawaelezea, maybe some of them hawajui nini inaendelea, ukawaexplainia wakaelewa. But now when we talk about the language, we don't speak the same language. That is one thing that is a disadvantage on our side. We don't understand the region, the geographical region in that place. Angalia the countries where they are, from Kenya to Haiti. How many kilometers? What I think is that we really need leaders who can tell the president the truth, because hapa anakosea, and this is a tragedy ambayo anaenda kuletea wa Kenya just because of love of money. What I know is just because of that money. Hiyo pesa ndio inawafanya wanataka waende kule so that he can get that money, and it's very wrong. It's very wrong. I think anafaa aamuke, apate people who can tell him the truth of what is happening on the ground. Ama if possible, ye mwenyewe aende pale angalie. He was here with the prime minister, ambaye sasa he is not the prime minister again just because amekuja hapa na amesaini mkataba naye. I don't know how dangerous that country is. If goons can stop, he can make.
He as a president, can he go to Haiti? Can that meeting be held in Haiti, the one they had here in Kenya? Can he risk, he himself? What is this? Let's not talk over vulnerable policemen. He himself, can he go to Haiti? And
go to Haiti.
So, but let's listen in why probably it's important we go to Haiti.
Over the planned deployment of police to Haiti. The Principal Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Abraham Correa Singoe, says the mission is still on, despite his earlier pronouncement on halting the exercise until the Caribbean nation is stable. Singoe says that Nairobi has incorporated the UN Human Rights Office in the training of Kenya's police service meant to lead the multinational force in Haiti. Dr. Carrera also insisted that the contingent of police earmarked for deployment to the Caribbean country is kitted and ready. He spoke to our very own Ayub Abdirkadi. Take a listen.
It's essentially ready to go. As a matter of fact, just last week, we had a team from the UN Human Rights Office who are here to review the extent to which issues around human rights due diligence framework had been factored into the training of this contingent. I'm saying that just to emphasize the fact that in terms of readiness and preparedness, this contingent is ready to deploy. But it is my understanding and my knowledge that there has been no deployment at this point in time. I think Professor Kindiki, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, made it very clear last week when he said that we are in the pre-deployment.
We are in the pre-deployment state. Mr. G, what do you make of this? Because it's not English that we need real reasons why.
To me, I don't see any reason why we are going to Haiti, because we are creating some situation whereby to regret on what we could have avoided. This is an issue that we can avoid, because Haiti, it is a region where it's not it just is just a battleground. That is just a battlefield, whereby when you go there, be ready to fight.
There are rumors that even some of the police from there are working with these gangs. How safe are our police when they come into contact with some of the police who are working with these gangs? Would they be the most that set our Kenya police for crossfires that may end up leading to numerous number of casualties?
You know, Jakes, when we had this discussion, I think in the afternoon, I told you that it cannot be possible that thugs can wanaweza toa muka from nowhere and make the prime minister of the country to resign. There is always a force behind it. And now you are talking about police working with them. Okay, I had the allegation, police working with these thugs, but I still believe there is another force behind it. Yeah, it is not just police working. There is another force working behind it. So what you have said is very true, that when our policemen watenda pale, because they are not going to talk to these people. Wakienda pale, itakuwa sasa ni war. Because these people wametuambia tukienda pale ni war. Hatuende kubembelezana, hatuende kuongea. So the people can betray us, the policemen who are working with these people can betray us. Kwa sababu first thing, hatuelewi lugha yao. Another thing, we don't know the geographical region of that place. Hatuwezi jua tutakimbilia wapi wakati wametuattack. Hatuoni mali tutakimbilia. So this is a suicide mission ambao Ruto should be told kwa macho kabisa, ambiwe this is a suicide mission that you are taking our people to die. They should not go there. I don't see any reason why he should take our people to go and die. Let him work on this bandit ambao wako Kenya ambao ametushinda tayari. Aachane mambo Haiti. This greediness of pesa inafanya mambo yote.
Pesa inafanya hii mambo yote. My final clip will be this one, even as I leave Mr. G. My final clip is the
interest of Kenya in Haiti. I think the government is just being forced by the United States to send our 1,000 men. I read today that women are excluded from that mission. I don't know whether that one is in accordance with Article.
We need 2/3 gender rule.
I do not know.
Even in Haiti.
Yeah, that's what I saw Kindiki say, that the wherever we are taking our men is so dangerous, and I don't think women policemen in Kenya would be sent. I was wondering, who is forcing this type of business to our country? And you know, we are a sovereign state. Yes, we have shortages of jobs in this country, and we have a lot of labor that is looking for jobs. But we must not be so desperate as to take our children or our sons or daughters, if they probably change their mind and include daughters, to a country that is lawless. Because even if they'll be compensated once they are killed, our policemen do not speak. Our policemen speak probably Kiswahili, English, and probably mother tongue. And I am told when you land to Haiti, you have to speak French or some Lingala.
I mean, they'll have Haiti police with them, so it's okay. They're not going to operate in isolation, so that.
How long do you take to learn a language as to combat crime? Because I do not understand why America is so much interested in taking Kenyans to Haiti.
They added more money, $100 million, right? So now they're doing $300 million, if I'm not wrong, on this mission.
Why can't America itself send?
They declined just the last few days. They said they're not going to take the troops to that mission. I still want to understand what is the net, Kenya.
I'll explain to you. I sat on this very table on Sunday, and we had this conversation about Haiti, and I don't mind repeating what I said. Number one, Haiti is about the size of Mandera or slightly bigger than Isiolo. What are we doing as a nation having a conversation about a small state the size of Isiolo, many thousands of miles away from us? What will a state the size of Isiolo do for us? It's 27,000 square kilometers away
Same
from
as
here.
Rwanda.
Yes, what are we doing here? That's the size of Rwanda. We are not supposed to be having that conversation about that country. I have asked how many Kenyans are in Haiti? Who trades with Haiti? Have you ever bought anything there? Have you ever sold anything there? Is there a Kenyan delegation there? Do we have any interest there? And the answer is no. To all those questions.
Nothing.
There's absolutely nothing that we have to do with Haiti. Then I go to the next question. Have we met the UN standards of the requirements of the number of police we need to have per citizen? And when
Very
you
far
come
off.
to, we are far off. We are
Very far
more
off.
than twice in terms of
800 per one.
So we are supposed to be thinking, and I've always said this is not a Kenya Kwanza administration, it's a Haiti Kwanza administration. Why it is a Haiti Kwanza administration is because if it was a Kenya Kwanza administration, we would be saying we have bandit attacks. And instead of sending our policemen to deal with the bandits in the country, we are sending them to deal with bandits in Haiti. I've always made a proposal. First, let's go to Marigat, where banditry is very high, and Capedo and everything. And for the first time, call out the bandits from the bush and tell them, let's sit down, let's have a conversation. There's a beautiful job for you. We take all the bandits, we send them to Haiti to deal with fellow bandits. We have secured our region as a country, and we have given them bandits because what they need on that side is bandits. And if these guys don't come back, we don't care anyway. We just need to lie to them that they are going for further studies in the US. And by the way, Haiti is very close to the US, so they will know that now they'll be told, this sea you are crossing, you're very close to the US. And when they land in Haiti, we don't even need them to come back. We shall have dealt with the bandit problem that we have in this country. And they're experienced shooters. They might survive, they might finish the problem, that's their issue. But then again, as a country, where are we? 100 million is being allocated by the US. Good, dollars. Fuck, that's good. Why don't they bring their young men here? We have some of the best training facilities for the army. The British Army is training in Nanyuki. We have the best training facilities in this country. Even the AP training camp here is a very good training space. So all we need is bring us very many Haitis, as long as you're paying for each of them to come here. We will train them. Pay us, we tell you the fee per, young Haitian that we train. We train them, put them in planes to go back and solve their problems. And by the way, they will leave a lot of money here. And because Nanyuki, sometimes we hear once in a while, there's a child who has been born and he looks like some of those young men who had come for training as wanajeshi from the British Army. It's okay, we shall have a few Haiti citizens born here and looking like Haitis because if the training comes, they'll interact with our beautiful...
Yeah, they look.
Yeah, no, we will still know them because they'll be speaking like bandits. But anyway...
but Mr. G, you know that I really love jamaa anaitwa Fanya Mambo. He has made my night. I made sure I make that laugh, that part be last because sure I'll still laugh again. He's making very interesting submissions. That's what. Let's take our bandits to Haiti because our country is already suffering because of bandits. So our bandits from here, tuwapeleke huko, they go fight bandits for bandits. The other thing is saying the money as well, we can use it to bring the children or the young men from Haiti. We give them training grounds. We have, as he's saying, we have good grounds to train them. Tuwafunze, alafu tuwarudishe. And then kwanza ya bandits wanasema tuwadanganya tunawapeleka US. What do you make of the sentiments from Fanyamambo? He's a funny man.
Fanyamambo, appears to be a funny man, but there's some point that he's passing across. Even though it is very impossible, Yeah, it's very impossible for us. We cannot take bandits from here to that place, to Haiti.
How do we even do that?
Yeah. But I think there's something that he's passing across ambao we need to listen to him when we are careful, because tukisema tu tunasikiza tu hivi inaweza kutupita what he's talking about. The truth is that there's nothing we are gaining from Haiti. There's nothing that will help us as a country. In fact, we have a lot of problems in our country that we need to deal with it than discussing this issue of Haiti. And this is the point that he's telling us. The president amekosa mwelekeo. Yeah, the president needs some people who can advise him that this thing is not a priority. Yeah, this issue of Haiti is not a priority. But he lacks those people who can tell the president the truth. Yeah, it's true. In Kenya, tuko na facilities. Even Israel are here in Kenya. Yeah, I think the UK, I think it's Canada, UK or Canada. They also have their base here. They train here. Yeah, they train here. They can bring their people. We train them. If at all wanaona kama Kenya is very important in that thing, we can train them here. Alafu wapeleke pale, because those are the people who are near him, but they're near Haiti. But now my problem is that USA is a superpower country. Why can't they just deal with that country, a small country ambao kama Rwanda? How can superpower not be able to deal with that issue mpaka wakuja chukue Kenya millions, thousands of miles away, ati twende tufanye kule, twende tuwasaidie to bring peace? There's nothing unique in our country ambao ni lazima sisi twende pale tuweke watu wetu wakufie kule. Back to you, Mr. Jax.
Now there is equally something else he has said, that it's money that is driving us to take our people to Haiti.
Exactly.
The consequence of Haiti. Do you think William Ruto will own it up?
He can't. I told you, Mr. Jax, this is a person who is
will just say these are our children who died in the line of duty, serving a greater calling. Will we justify the killings? I'm not saying they'll be killed, but if that was to happen, like we saw in Baragoy and all, will he own up? Will that English that we had from this, I don't know if he's a CS or who, this guy, he's twanging, he's talking the English of the nose. This
over the planned incorporated the UN Human Rights Office in the training of Kenya's police service meant to lead the multinational force in Haiti. Dr. Carrera also insisted that the contingent of police earmarked for deployment to the Caribbean country is kitted and ready. He spoke to our very own Ayub Abdirkadi. Take a listen.
It's essentially ready to go. As a matter of fact, just last week, we had a team from the UN Human Rights Office who are here to review the extent to which issues around human rights due diligence framework had been factored into the training of this contingent. I'm saying that just to emphasize the fact that in terms of readiness and preparedness, this contingent is ready to deploy. But it is my understanding.
Now, he is the CS for Foreign Affairs, and anaongea kizungu ya mapua.
These are the people that Ruto loves. Those are the people that Ruto loves. You know, Ruto is one man that anapenda those people who can praise him. Those people who are able to take up what he wants. You know, akikuita pale State House akwambia I want something to be done, alafu uichukulie juu kwa juu, nenda unaifanya vile anataka. He rejoices. Those are the people that Ruto wants, but they're not helping him. No. They are really not helping Ruto. Yeah.
I don't know if there'll be a head count, because there are things I need to ask you. Do we know how long our men will be gone? Do we know if any form of compensation has been placed in the event anything happens to them? Their families, how have they been dealt with in terms of walipo give their kids to police, waliwa donate kama kafara, the whole thing.
Those are tough questions.
Tunaenda kuwadonate kama kafara, because think about it. When will we say that truly whatever happens to them, our country is ready to take care of so many things, including compensating the families. We have had guys dying in Somalia and other places. We have had families asking where their kids went to because they have zero idea. The government is not giving them information. This for Haiti. Will we be told the casualties? Will the information be relayed to us, or will it be a guarded affair?
You know, Jex, when it comes to the matter on compensation, that is where we draw the lines. There's nothing that this government will do. Yeah. If at all, hiyo kitu ambayo umeongea, the last point ambayo umeongea, we have some people in our country here about their young men, soldiers, wamepotelea Somalia. Till today, they're still asking where their sons are. They are not in communication. They don't know where the sons are. But the truth is, those guys walikufa kitambo sana. But even their bodies hazijulikani iko wapi. The government has never owned up. Wakasimama wakaambia these people that it's true, your son alikufa siku fulani, alizikwa wapi. They cannot own up this issue. So, as I told you, Mr. Jex, those are tough questions that this government cannot answer. As much as wameshaambiwa kuwa we have $2 million utapata, kichwa imeshasimama kama upanga, wanataka kwenda kule. They don't care what you are going to pass through. They don't care the family you are leaving behind. Those things are not in their heart.
And then finally, to you, before I go on kidogo, I'm going to ask you this. And I think I almost asked it during the day, but the Haiti question alone, is it the make it or break it for William Ruto, that if anything goes wrong, this is something that probably he may never be able to redeem himself?
No, Mr. Ruto doesn't care. You know, even if our guys will go there, alafu wakufe wote, Mr. Ruto doesn't care. Atachukua another 1,000 people, apeleke kule tena. You see,
who in their right sense want us to take our police? Kwani hatuna kazi ingine as much as hatuna kazi?
Just at the moment, Sai, look at the situation how it is in Haiti. But he still, insist the people should go. The 1,000 policemen should go. In fact, watakwambia.
And as if losing Joy is not enough, we are adding another 1,000 because no girl child is still being taken there. Only the boy child, as you have heard. Another 1,000 men are being are being deployed to a country that guns na milio na mitutu ya risasi ni kama fun. Yeah. Now, the boy child anatumwa tena huko. Mbona 2/3 I apply hapa?
But on the region,
that is what Panyamambo ameuliza. And it's an interesting question. Why is there not 2/3 here?
Exactly. Ameuliza
Why don't we have
even the other two guys wameuliza, because in our constitution it allows the 2/3 to happen. But now in this country where Ruto is the leader, look at his government. Look at how he chose the CS, the cabinet secretaries. And yet he promised us, kwanza promised kwa itakuwa I think half.
So lakini hapa si half, hapa ni 100%. My question is this: is it that we have enough men in excess that we don't mind losing 1,000 of them?
It's not that we have men. The problem is that issue of money. Kwa sababu they're using narrative that women are weak vessels. They will not fight.
Really?
You know, that is something that you need to look into. Yeah, they're going to fight. You know, what is it that they're talking about? We told them that Malwanenda is a battlefield whereby they're going to fight. Wakatuambia they are not going to fight. They're going to bring peace, because these are people who are good on that side of bringing peace. Now, why are they not taking our women there? The reason they are giving us is that women may not be strong enough. So that means that there's war. They know there's war. They're going to fight.
Then it brings this question: when it comes to training, we don't have training for men and training for women. They are all trained to be police. We have recruitment for both genders. We don't have special recruitment for men who will go to Haiti. We have I don't want to sound like Panyamambo, but
This issue, the whole of the issue has a lot of questions that even we may not
Mhm.
have them, we may not exhaust those questions that they are there.
Mhm.
But for us, I think my
Mhm.
conclusion is that Haiti is not a priority in our case in Kenya. It was not a
Mhm.
priority and it's not a priority. There's no need to take our 1,000 men there just to go and suffer because I know they will suffer. That is not a smooth path that watapitia. No, they're going to pass
Because
through a lot of hell.
we were able to hear in the morning that this is a country that their shops have been taken over, their hospitals have been taken over by these bandits, their police stations have been taken over by these bandits, their poshi places have been destroyed both by calamity and by war. Now, it is a country that is in a sorry state. There is nothing really to smile about. Fanyamambo is asking very pertinent questions. One of the questions is asking, what do we even benefit from Haiti, whether it had peace or not? We don't trade with them. They don't trade with us. We don't have Kenyans there. We don't have so much there that would say Kenya has vested interest in Haiti. Now, the question of Haiti didn't just start now, but this time around it seems to be so pertinent for the people who are coming from Kenya to go there. Why is it important? Really, why is it? Because it beats logic that we are seriously pushing our people. But even if we were to have peace with them, what does Kenya stand to benefit? Ama ni pesa tu tunataka? Mr. G umekwama vizuri. Hello, Mr. G. All right, even as I work on Mr. G, let's finish up on Mambo.
Young men here,
But
to
you
go and deal
haven't-
with their problem.
Neither you or Lempa has told me Kenya's interest.
We don't have an interest. And I've always said
No, then why are we hell-bent?
Oh, then
Why
let
are
me
we
tell you.
hell-bent?
Let me tell you. I think what we need to do, and I think I've said this before, you've heard of these international conferences, and people are scrambling to go and attend international conferences. For the first time, I pray that our cabinet secretaries will accompany our policemen to Haiti, just the way they go for international conferences. They get into that plane. When our policemen are going to Haiti, our cabinet should go there because it's a very nice place for our young people that they are insisting that our young people should go. The same way they scramble to go for conferences in the US and many other places. Our cabinet should go there and stay for a month with our policemen and then come back if they'll be able to come back. Then it will be a good measure to say that Haiti is a good place to go. Members of parliament keep saying they're going for benchmarking. Now they need to go for benchmarking on how not to have a ruthless state. So I'm proposing that some of the parliamentarians who are disturbing us here also be put in a plane with our policemen to go and do benchmarking there for a month. And if they come back and they're lucky to be here, then they can tell us how it was for our young people. So let's not talk about it as a good place for our young people. And we can take it further. When you're signing a deal on
is
how...
one guy that has a way of making my day. Alex, Mr. G, they're back. Now, Alex, we are talking about the deployment of Kenyans to Haiti, and equally we have to allow Mr. G to leave, and then we continue here in studio. Mr. G, the last final question, even as Alex is saying he is coming in a minute. My last question to you. What's the best way forward for Kenyans? How do we move on from the changes that are about to happen, both politically and even how do we adapt to what do we call this? To the new normal, because Raila Odinga living will be the new norm. How do we adapt? How do the followers adapt? How do the politicians adapt? How do we move from here?
You know, Jakes, I think there's one politician who said that for somebody to receive the change that he needs, more so in Africa, one thing they need to come to a particular place when their system. Let me try to put it in another way that he said. I think we need to come to a point whereby our anger, this anger that is within us because of the country that we are, like in Kenya, that anger within us should inspire a systematic, unstoppable action in our hearts, so that tunaweza simama and fight for that country. And he gave an example of some people, like the first president of Namibia. This is a guy ambaye anaitwa Sam. He was just a teenager when he was working, alikuwa anafanya kwa train, he was working on a train. Na one day wakati alipitia the hostility ambayo the whites walikuwa wanawafanyia pale kwa train, he decided to create a unity of workers ambao alikuwa nao, na pale wakaanza find out how they will bring the revival that will change that country. So there's something that we are lacking as Kenyans that can inspire us to wake up na tuseme kwa we are going to fight for this country, tuifikisha mahali kwa tunataka kuifikisha. So I think my last comment is we need to pray God to open our hearts and our eyes so that tunaweza iona hii kitu ni nini hii ambayo tunaweza kuiangalia ikatu inspire so that we can stand up na iwe hakuna anything itaweza kutustop kufikia the action that we want to do in this country. Tukisema ni revival and ni revolution, tutaifikia that revolution. But tukisema tutaketi tungoje kina Raila, then that is the end. Raila is going na atapata hiyo kiti ya AU, hakuna kitu tamwangusha. He's getting the chairmanship. So tunabaki tukiwa alone without anyone to fight for us.
All right, beautiful. Now Alex, you're back. I don't know if you are now in a position to join us.
Sure.
All right, though you are in a very noisy place. What do you make of Kenya insisting and being hell-bent in going to Haiti?
As I said before, the whirlpool of political absurdity within the Kenyan society right now is indescribable. Some things we are doing back in we really have a nation. We really have a country. So this issue of going to Haiti doesn't make any sense when we cannot even provide our own security now. Now, for instance, I was one of the few people to say that the president of Haiti is not going back to Haiti because the institutions such as the airport and the police force, which are called police districts, have already been captured by the man called Babaki. And I think the US is playing here politics with the Haiti people, because if truly the US wanted to rescue Haiti from such absurdity, they could have done it openly, because Charles Taylor, when he was the president of Nigeria, George W. Bush gave him 24 hours to get out of that seat, and they were able to restore Liberia into sanity. So I don't know how powerful this Babaki is to a point that the US and the other superpowers, the G7, cannot be able to silence him.
To help Haiti.
So for me,
why are we signing it?
So for me, I think the US is playing the politics here that have always played, whereby they don't want any African country to succeed in terms of that. So our troops going to Haiti, when Babaki has forced the sitting president who had come to Kenya to resign is also another absurdity. So if this guy came to our country and signed a pact, he's not able to go back to his country because of the security. So isn't it an irony that we should go there? Just think about it. If the sitting president with the security was told he cannot land in that country, he was forced to resign. So where are our police going to land? Are they going by sea? Are they going by road? How are they going to reach Haiti, Mr. Gates? I think this circus must stop. Ruto should be informed that he stopped playing this political gymnastics. And our policemen should stay right there in Kisi and help us get justice from where Osoro was beating us and killing us. Because already we haven't done with the issue of our own internal security. How are we going to deal with the other international security if we cannot deal with our own internal security? So I don't think the police are going to land there. Secondly, I don't think the guns are going to allow Kenyans to even think of going there. Thirdly, if we forced to be to land there, we are going to have a massacre that we have never had. Remember during the horrors that happened in Kismayu and Mogadishu, whereby our soldiers were killed, and the famous statement that Raila Amolo Odinga gave that we are dancing in the graves of our soldiers. Do you remember that? That Uhuru was dancing in the graves of our soldiers. That is typically what is happening. So for Raila to be keeping quiet when pertinent issues like that are going on in our country, we must stop that nonsense. But Jakes, who is there to stop that nonsense? The only voice of reason that we for a long time thought was going to prevail has been silenced. Yes. So it's a wait and see game. I don't know what will happen.
Now, there is a footage I want us to listen into of a lady who seriously gave an opinion about this. Even as we go on with you, Bwana Alex, let's listen into this conversation from Sniper who want William Ruto.
To go to Haiti to lead the efforts, the international efforts to curb gang violence in Haiti. And I tell you what, many people have come out to say that this is a death sentence for Kenyan forces. Why hasn't any other person volunteered their people? Why? Why is it that America, Britain, France, Germany, they have latest technology, they have the best training, they have the best people? Why haven't they volunteered their people? Why did the president of Kenya volunteer Kenyan forces to go and help fight gang violence in Haiti? A former military sniper says, don't send your people to Haiti to lose their lives.
We went in Dominican Republic, for example, in Haiti, back in 2010 with the hair shake, and these people got nothing to lose. They don't fighting for nothing. This is not your people. This is not your war. This is not even your same continent. You're going from your place to somebody else's place, a place that you don't know the language, and these people got zero tolerance with outsiders. I advise you to then get there, don't fight this fight. You will die for absolutely no reason. You will lose your family, you will lose your kid. This is you got no way to win. Don't get there.
Hello there, how are you doing? Welcome to another episode of our Conversations. My name is Indira Ganga. I'm a business journalist by profession and a digital content creator. I love coming on here, having conversations with you guys about Black people, Africans, our empowerment, and how we can rise up and take our rightful place at the global stage. So the past couple of weeks and months have been characterized by chatter that Kenya is leading an international mission to Haiti. Why? Haiti is a country that has gone through its own fair share of challenges. Gang violence has been on the rise in the last couple of years. And this kind of violence has seen the assassination of a sitting president. Yeah. Let me just get statistics here of how bad gang violence is. 3,000 people have died from gang violence, and there have been over 1,500 kidnappings asking for ransom. And President William Ruto, in his wisdom, decided that, oh, you know what? This is a great place to send Kenyan troops from Kenya, East Africa, all the way to the Caribbean. Now, let's look at it very objectively. The level of violence in Haiti, Kenyan forces have never seen it. They have never experienced that kind of thing. There is violence in Kenya to some extent. There are violence in Kenya to some extent. I'm going to deny that. But it's not as organized, as well-funded, and as well-armed as what is waiting for our soldiers in Haiti. Stay with me. The training that Kenyan police and Kenyan police forces get is nowhere near the kind of skill set and expertise that is needed to curb gang violence in Haiti. Why didn't all the other people that have the technical know-how, the funding to do it, volunteer their people? Why? Why was it just you who decided you're going to give out your people, right? These are people that have nothing to fight for. Kenya is in East Africa, Haiti is in the Caribbean. What are Kenyan forces fighting for? Because in a war, you have to believe in a cause. To be able to go all their way out, risk your life to come out alive. What are they risking their lives for? And this is not to downplay the violence that is happening in Haiti. This is to say, this is not Kenya's war.
All right. This is not Kenya's war. Alex, what do you make of the sentiments from this lady? She really makes so much sense.
So, yes, you know, there are I've wondered in terms of our ID. Allow me to give two objectives. The first one, I want to make an assumption that I've been looking at the situation of ID. For instance, when you look at the picture of Mr. Babaki, the gang leader for Haiti, the military lingaria that he was having and the kind of military equipment that he was having, those are not Russians gunfire like AK-47. These are American guns, okay? And the kind of military attire that he was wearing, these are American military attire. So it beats logic that, you know, someone is sending us, like America is sending us over there, and yet they are supplying the kind of guns that he had. Those are special guns. You know, I'm a gun holder, Mr. Jakes. I have had guns for the last 20 years. I went to the US military, Mr. Jakes, okay? And I served in something called the uniform of the US. So when it comes to guns, I'm a specialized person in that. Those kind of guns that they have, those are American-born guns. Those are American made guns. So the question is this: what is the irony that you supply the guns to the gun leaders, and then we start sending us over there? So are they going to supply the same guns to us so that we can counter these people? It's going to be a massacre. It's going to be messy and nasty. Second, doesn't want to be taken to take in terms of war, like ICC, because they withdrew from ICC, by the way, during the pretext when Colin Powell lied that Saddam Hussein had a weapon of mass destruction. So are they using Kenyans as a pretext so that they can enter there and commit massacre, and Kenyans will be liable for that? You see, the Interpox thing here, if we Interpox here, I think the US is using as wrong, because what I see is when William Samoei Ruto was promised the presidency under the pretext of the current US ambassador to Kenya, some of the things that they agreed upon was to use Kenya as a conduit to go in. So, as I say, because this is a political analysis, I'm just trying to figure out what is the US trying to do here. If you had the analysis of this lady, where she was saying, and candidly let me what I said, the US has the latest military best equipment in the world. It gave the Israelites the tool so that they could do what? Protect themselves against the Palestinians. Why are they not doing the same to Haiti? Don't you think that is double standard? Don't you think that is double standard? You see how they went there and they have been massacring people in the Palestinian to a point that there's been a blockage that there is no food going to the Gaza Strip. Do you think that America is not capable of going to Haiti Port-au-Prince and be able to stop these crimes? Don't you see the irony of all these things? These are the double standards, and this is where I can tell you rightly, so I get pissed off with this country. Why? Because I wish we could develop our country so that we can become a superpower. That's why when we say one military, one currency, one nation in Africa is necessary so that we can start competing with all these countries that are taking advantage of us. So it doesn't make any sense for me that US are treating the whole forces of maybe the Canadian, because when they went to Iraq, it was the Canadians, it was the Americans, it was the Britons using Tony Blair, it was the French. You want to tell me they are not able to resolve that issue of border? I really doubt it. So Kenyans here are going to be voted like that. But somebody is going to be taken to ICC because we are still a signature to the head. And I think William Samoei is going to pay a heavy price if he doesn't know that. That is just my projection because I don't believe that America is not able to resolve it. Because they went to Palestinian, they stopped the Gaza Strip, they put up a food blockage there, and the only country that is making noise on the rooftop is South Africa. The rest of the Western countries and white countries are silent. Pin drop silent. Think about it. That is racism 101. Because Asia is almost an African slave.
Alex, when you look at even how the streets are looking, these streets are just filled with guns, violence, shooting, burning. There is nothing you can say signifies resemblance of a country ready to be at peace. Alex, are you still with me? All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing in your screen, this is the leader, Najita Barbecue, who has been causing terror in that country. And of course, there are not just one gang, there are multiple gangs causing serious challenges in this country. You see, this is a police entourage being attacked. All right. And it's full combat. It's full combat. You know, there is everything to lose for us. This country seems to have nothing to lose. They have left it all on the battlefield. All right. Some of these footages are old footages, but they signify what is happening currently in that country. Many countries have tried to come in to help in the fight against these bandits, but it has proven to be difficult. The Haitian history is quite interesting, and it informs a lot and it explains a lot why this country is yet to really settle. several countries have had vested interest in this country. Okay, so I want us to listen to some of the things that Barbecue has had to say, and he seems not to be afraid of anything. He is a man who is not afraid to say it as he sees it. Let's listen into this one.
Jets, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, so this is a large scale from the Western countries. And I don't know if you heard me when I told you, if you look at 1976 chapter, where Henry Kissinger, by then who was the foreign minister from the United States, talked about biopolitics and biopower. And Chinua Achebe writes about it. He's one of the professors in South Africa that have learned about it, on how to cut Africa into his needs. So I will educate you on this. If we are not careful, our Americans are going to use us to find out our own brothers and sisters. And unfortunately, this is what Nigeria has become, and also African Kenyan state has become, because we are being used, because we gave the president to the wrong people that we want to win the election. And now we are trying to appease the people that won the election to be given the African Union seats, which actually are subject and puppet of the European Union.
So it's a bigger than large. We really need to focus. There's a lot of noise in my background.
I can hardly hear you, Alex. Alex, are you still with me? All right, let's get
There's a lot of background noise
also
in
some
India, so I don't know if
history about Haiti and why and how it's located and why is it the noise. All right, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm really struggling even to hear you. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Haiti, a country that has been through it all, a country that even assassinated its own president, and among many other things that has happened to this country, with the latest being the resignation of the prime minister. And of course, Barbecue, you have heard him say that if Ariel resigns. Yes, Alex, hello. Okay. Um, even as he works on his end, he says that if he resigns, they will now allow petrol stations to operate. They'll remove all the barriers and the barricades that have been hindering, of course, the flow of basic stuff, basic food, essential commodities, and it's something that has really caused so much pain and so much struggle and so much strife in this country. Let's listen in maybe to this clip, and then maybe if I won't have Alex ready, I'll probably end the show and prepare for a good one in the morning. All right, all right. And the story really never seems to stop. Sorry for that. Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Haiti for you. That is where Kenyan troops and police uh, All right, now allow me to have a special shout out to several people here. I see Tuni Mohammed, asante sana na kuona. Uh, all right, and Joe Dinda, I see you. Alex Media, I understand your internet challenge, and equally good year, and many who commented in this particular live show. Now we are preparing for another one, interesting one in the morning, and we'll look at more to this and try to even make sense of what this even means. But the big question now remains is, despite all we have seen, despite all we have heard from this country, Haiti, and what the country has become, really, Kenya, what will be our role there? What really can we do? Can we bring this country back? With the resignation of Ariel Henry, does it make it now better because they have blamed him for baiting the gangs and the bandits there? Does it change the situation? Will Kenya troops find the country slightly safer? We don't know much about that, but all I know is this is not a simple duty that calls for I don't know if it's prayer that it calls for, but I can tell you for free, we are about to have a country where if anything goes wrong, someone must carry the blame. All indications were there, all indications are there that this is not the best move. Super countries have stayed out and stayed clear of this issue. Kenya, with all our challenges, we want to dive into the fire. I don't know. I don't know if you want to play hero or if we want to play. We know how to do it. As the lady said in the show, Haiti is not the bandits of Marakwet or Kerio Valley. This is a whole different ball game. I don't know if we are prepared for it. If we are, God help us. I don't know if we have the correct gear and kit. As you have seen there, people pass by scenes that are very ugly. You know, Kenyan troops, I don't think they are ready for such. If they are, they really need to go prepared. They should say their goodbyes. They should make sure they say their final graces with their loved ones. They should kiss their loved ones goodbye. Not that I'm sending any form of fear to anyone, but it's true. In such a country, you don't know. Your coming back is not guaranteed. Your going is almost guaranteed, given that the government seems to be holding its ground. This must go on. So it's true. Going there is a must. Coming back is a gamble. So to our troops, we wish you well. We wish you well. It's a call of duty. I read somewhere that our parents sold their pieces of land so that they can bribe for some of our kids to find spots in this police or in the force, only for them to be deployed to Haiti, and God knows how they'll come back. All right. It has been a sad show. I know we talked of Joey. We talked of the doctor strike that is now 2 hours counting now. That started at 12 midnight. I don't know what happens. I don't know if we have doctors on call, and if they are called, will they do their duties? I don't know. That is Kenya for you. Our doctors are on strike, and yeah, we are there. We're still insisting we must take our vibrant young men here. 2000 gender rule is not being applied. Men will be taken to Haiti. And the other thing that is equally sad, that when this will be happening, we have no one to bring this government to task. Why? Some of the voices, dissenting voices that we used to believe in the likes of Raila Odinga, have chosen a different path. We wish him well, but I don't know. It is now here where we say it is God for us all and every man against the other man. I've been your host, James, the moderator. It has been a sad show. This is the first show I've ever done that I feel so down, because when you look at all the happenings of the day, one person being told that he'll lose his life because he took someone's life, that wasn't easy. I looked and I heard Joy's mother, and it really touched me. I looked and I saw Monica's mother, and it touched me. This young man, I don't know if truly he did it. I don't think he ought to have done what he did, because it has caused more pain than good. I say this with a lot of pain in me, that actions that probably would have been avoided led to serious pain. All right. Now, equally, there is, I don't know, it's just a bad coincidence that we are talking of a very sad show, and then Kenya Rebel comes in, and he doesn't look happy, but I hope he is having a good day. So, Kenya Rebel, how are you?
I'm good, Jakes. What is wrong? I saw you sad and I said I have to come here and comfort you. What is going on? I wasn't following, to be honest. I just saw you on the Neo. You let me support my brother here. What's going on, my brother?
No, it's the show itself. I talked about Joey. Doctors now are on strike. Our young men will be sent to Haiti.
Viewers, habari yako siku nyingi?
Mzuri Alex, nice seeing you. Wacha kupotea.
No, siwezi potea. Nowadays you are behaving nicely. I'll start coming to your live.
Raila is going to A, you have to behave.
You know, as we had now are over, we have been disappointed. Now it's like, Yani, we have premium tiers. I saw the other day you were commenting that you can't understand. Alex can comment this way. You see, I'm a truthful person. When something is not going on well, you have to capitalize it the way it is. Don't sit on the fences.
And I appreciate that honestly. At least wewe hata kama una support lakini pia ukiona ni mbaya unasema. So I appreciate that about you always. That's why I usually enjoy listening to you.
I am where you were in 2017 when the handshake happened. I'm telling you, I'm going to be the worst disagreeer with Raila Amolo Odinga. What he has done to us, no. Let him go to the nearest hell and jump. Can you believe this is Alex Media saying that? Can you believe that?
Yes, is this Alex? Me, I can't believe this is happening right now.
This is Alex talking. This is Alex. To a point that I can't even go to sound candid anymore.
You know what? I've noticed that the major people in Sound Candid
No, stop right there. Stop right there. We won't have any sister channel. We are good. We are good.
Okay.
No, we understand what you are saying. We should respect each other and let's not degenerate to that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, fair enough. We shall not mention out of respect for Jakes.
But
I equally wish to have Kenya passed anywhere.
Rebel, let me tell you. In 2017, I didn't know this is how you felt when the handshake happened. You know, Duke was a good friend of mine, Duke Mainga, and he told me that he will vote for Ruto not because he likes Ruto, because Raila disappointed him during the handshake after the Supreme Court had given him the presidency. I'm sitting on the fence and I'm like, really, politics of all? I'm disappointed, my friend.
Alex, This is a new Alex. This is not Alex that you know.
No, but
I swear it's a nightmare for me even to read the news.
Alex, let me help you. Alex, in 2017, mine was more traumatizing because we went and we actually saw him in. Tulisema ndio hii tumekupatia kiti.
But you know, Kenya Rebel, in the morning.
Let me ask you, I was looking today, Kalonzo, Ichungwa, laughing in the NADCO report. I'm like, what the hell is this? Where is the cost of living? Where is election reforms? Where they've just created seats. I'm like, really? I'm not in my right mind, or maybe I'm in the wrong mind. But look, I will stand for the truth.
They were paid 100 million while they were discussing that NADCO report.
I think it's high time, It's high time we Kenyans should demand some compensation. I don't know the actual figure, but I remember around 93 million was issued to IEBC to verify some signatures. Over 4.6 billion was given to MCAs to give them car grants simply because of BBI. I remember there's so many launching of BBI bombers. Those figures, including this one for creating NADCO. I think a time needs to come where Kenya should demand every coin must be accounted for and any wastage must be punished for.
Yes.
Because how? Yeah, think about it. Why waste so much for BBI, then waste again
but
for
the
NADCO?
question is, Jex, I want you to help me here.
The same in all the
Jex,
elections.
I want you to help me here. In as much as you are saying that, who is going to punish them? That's why I'm telling you, we have been left hopeless. The only voice that even Kenya Rebel used to tell me that Raila is the only voice that is able to stand against Ruto. Now that he has entered into bed with and Ruto. So you saying that we should punish, who is going to punish them? That's the question. You saw Ichungwa laughing with Kalonzo. Otienda Molo laughing with Moses Kuria. Now, this punishment we are asking ourselves, they should, and or financial responsibility or accountability. Who's going to do it? Jex, help me.
Interesting. I don't know. I don't know even what to say, because when you look at all this, it's always sorry, I don't know what is so sorry, Mr. Kenya Rebel, my mouse is me hang. When you look at all this, we are always the laughing stock. Sisi ndio tunakuanga wajinga. You know that song, wajinga ni sisi? They come every time with different formulas. You know, right now we are told it's because of peace. It's because of peace that we ought to implement NADCO. Now I ask myself, peace, really? Now, we know what makes up peace, you know, how peace should be. When you look at the whole thing, how does having the leader of opposition make us live in peace? How does having all these posts being created give us peace? Parliament yesterday advocated for the introduction of the CAS, all right? This NADCO report introduces the office of the opposition leader. Equally, Akina Aisha Jumwa are pushing for 2/3 gender rule. All this is about what William Ruto was always advocating against. Si wakati wa viti vya viongozi, sio wakati wa kutafutia kiongozi, ni wakati wa mama mboga, ni wakati wa yule mtu wa chini. But once in power, that statement is not even heard anywhere. All right. So what we hear are Let's increase the seats for women. Let's increase seats for the prime minister, for the opposition leader with 2 deputies. Let's put CD, or what do you call this, CDF, even constitutional, as though all this time they will refund anytime they used it when it was unconstitutional, as though they'll refund it, because as though they'll refund it. Let's make NGAF constitutional. Let's give the senators something. Let's not even forget the MCAs. So when you look at all that, Mwananchi is the last thing in the topic, the last, if he ever makes it. Look at this, Bwana Kenya Lee. These guys never agreed on the cost of living. Never agreed. So at what point did they discuss about anything to do with a Kenyan person? At what point?
Jakes, you are on point. Who may hit the nail on the head. And to me, what irritates me is when I hear them, they say that, we should not forget why we are having this NADCO report. Let's not forget. The NADCO report averted skirmishes at Vita.
Catastrophic. In fact, someone said I was almost killed. Yeah. Then I asked myself, who took him to the streets in the first place?
Jakes.
Was it me? Was it himself? What was he going after? He wanted the servers to be open. Did he achieve?
Let me tell you something.
Jakes, hold on. These issues of talking what we are talking is not able to help us anymore. We need a new formation and a new sort of revolutionary party that will disrupt the establishment, like economic freedom fighters of South Africa, whereby we go to parliament and disrupt everything. We make ourselves like fools, so we shout to a point that nobody discusses anything until we say, give back the money. Zuma.
Oh.
Now, I agree with him. We seriously need a new formation. But then again, as much as we're talking of new formation, it is us Wananchi who seriously suffers. In the list of those who we mourn, rarely do politicians make to that list. They are not the ones who are shot dead.
Yes.
They're not the ones who end up with hospital bills. They're not the ones. They rarely suffer. But when it comes to the benefits, they get 100% of it.
Jakes, so I wanted to say something very short, quickly. I was listening to this. It was a very good debate, but it was about, Mamberad Kwapo, Citizen TV. Okango was there with some other politicians also from Kenya Kwanza. And, they were telling us that, they went to the street because of cost of living. That's why they were trying to get to agree. And I was saying this, Jakes, I don't know if you can remember, 5 months after the elections, the first ever press conference that Azimio had, they say they wanted something akin to the Kofi Annan Accord. It was never about cost of living. Cost of living likuja baadaye. I don't know if am I correct or am I wrong? You can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're on point.
Yes. So when right now they are trying to use this cost of living to say that at the cost of living ndio tupeleka kwa nini kwa streets. No, it wasn't. It was actually they wanted the government of national unity, Kofi Annan, which was basically BBI. Because BBI, if you look at it, it's basically power sharing. They are going to create a government that will include opposition. So we'll have no opposition. Okay. So that's why I say ikitu walipanga kitambo, but they had to dress it up as, cost of living and all this, server, whatever. That's why you see the final report, just that you wonderfully put it, wamekubaliana mambo yote, lakini cost of living hawezi kubaliana. It's about give and take and sijui nini. And then Okango was trying to tell us that, this idea of positions of opposition, of official opposition position, it wasn't our idea. It was Kenya Kwanza.
Kenya Rebel, let me ask you, the finance bill has passed, the housing levy has passed. What is the role of the opposition in Kenya now?
Thank you.
If we do not have defenders on that. Look, the whole issue of talking here about history, we must stop. We must start discussing what measures we are going to take to disrupt the establishment by all necessary means. We are going to be militant. We are going to be unreasonable. We are going to make sure that right now we are not listening to anybody. There is no political infallibility. Nobody is a pope politically. The way we used to say that Baba is beyond this, Baba is beyond this, Baba is a saint. No, we must come to a point whereby we are not going to call him names because he played a role in the second liberation. I will not degenerate to a place that I can call him names, but we will thank him where he reached us. But the way he's retiring, I think it has really messed up his legacy. And you look at it, these issues of talking about the history of this happened, we must stop that. We must start now discussing what measures can we do, okay? Because even if we go back to history, Kenyaribo and Jex, the question is, are we getting solutions? And we need solution ASAP. Atuoli is sleeping on his job. We are having a strike coming up. Nobody is there for the workers, okay? Left and right, the country is degenerating. The question now should be, what are the measures and the solution for that country? We must create crops of leaders like 1992, where the young Turks came and took away the people who were in power. We are the young Turks now. Who tells you we cannot make it? When the country was silenced, Mr. Kenyaribo, we went through Bunge la Mwananchi and we started talking, even though we did not succeed. But the country started listening to us because everybody had feared Ruto. So I think we should start being militant here, inform Kenyans that there is an alternative. I'm an alternative, Kenyaribo is an alternative, and Jex is an alternative. Let us not put something called political blasphemy, whereby some people are untouchable. No, they have outlived their usefulness. That's what I can say.
I agree with you, Alex. And the point I'm trying to make, the reason why I mentioned that is because the NADCO thing, they want to pass it. So we can play a role as it is right now, me, you, and Jex. We can play a role into rejecting this NADCO thing because even the courts have said this thing is not anchored in law. So we shouldn't let these people change the constitution only for them to have positions where our taxpayers shall pay them to sit there for their red carpets and hizo magari na hizo mamshara kubwa kubwa ambazo zinakuja. So that's why I was mentioning this NADCO and how we get there here. So I agree with you, Alex. So that's why I mentioned this NADCO and how it got here and how we can actually stop it and we can go out there and speak through our Ninio, even easy social media that we are using here. We can speak against it because majority of Kenyans don't care about the NADCO. Majority of Kenyans want to see service delivery, wanataka kuona maisha, gharama ya maisha iende chini, hawataki upuzi ya sijui nini watu sijui who is going to take this person in your. So I agree with you.
How do we stop the NADCO report? When Baba is eyeing the AU seat, he has created a political agreement with William Samoei Ruto. Scratch my back, I scratch your back here. How do you support it?
Okay.
Let's be honest. Let's be pragmatic. Let's be real.
Yes.
Until and unless we decide to have a new leader who can take us back to the streets, because Kenyans are willing to go to the streets, whether Raila is there or not. Okay.
I've always argued that we should start our responsibilities by holding our representatives accountable. I'm talking about the MPs. These are the people who are going to vote for this NADCO to pass or not. So our watu ndio tunafaa tuambie, listen, if you go to vote for that thing, tunaenda kukutoa. We don't want it. And we should mean business with them. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I've always been arguing. The people we gave this power to represent us at the legislative body are the people that tunaanza. Those are the people who we should start with. Because hao ndio wanapatia Ruto nguvu, na wanapatia Raila nguvu, na wanapatia Ninio nguvu. Okay? So these are the people who we should start with while we form our own Ninio. While we form our own next political outfit that you said, okay? But as of now, what we can do immediately is hold these people accountable. Tuende tukarudi huko kama MP wako ni nani, I don't know who your local MP is, whether it's Babu Owino or whoever, tuambie Babu Owino, ina mambo yanadiko, wacheni yu puzi. We don't want it. We don't want it. Acheni, drop it. That's the first step.
Mr. Jakes, let's look at the larger picture here. Mr. Jakes, let's look at the larger picture here. When these people in the last parliament, they sat down, they made it almost impossible to impeach a sitting member of parliament. And the amount of money that you're supposed to put down to put a petition is so exorbitant that anybody fears that if in the event you lose the case, you are going to pay this person heavily. So how do you put these people accountability when they made their seats secure to a point that, first of all, they have to finish 18 months before you can put a petition. And in that petition, you can only put it once. Thirdly, you have to deposit almost like 5 million in order to start the impeachment process. Now, let me ask you, don't you think these people secured their seats? How do you make them accountable?
It's 24 months before after election and 24 months before the next election. But this is how you can do it. Number one, you don't have to go to the courts. The body that has to respond to this, unfortunately, it hasn't been formed, is the IEBC. That's why you see Martha Karua was telling us about the 10 million in your signatures. If you have those signatures, you saw your friend Mato started something. They wanted something, I don't know if it was the same thing, but I don't know. But in your signatures, if you have enough signatures, these are the signatures we take to the IEBC. Now, we don't have the IEBC right.
I'll put on my camera. We really need to discuss this issue because it has made me have depression. So I'm getting in the next 7 minutes, and I need to put on my charger. This thing must be discussed. Kenyans need to hear what we say because so many Kenyans look upon us.
Now, I must say something as a disclaimer. And this, I address an issue. One, personally, I don't advocate for both Azimio and UDA and anyone. I don't. Quote
Jakes,
me anywhere.
you sure?
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I thought you were.
I may seem so, but I don't.
Okay. Maybe
You thought I'm what? No.
Okay.
Be frank. What did you think I am?
No. From the past, I thought you were supporting this president. Then you went against him after he started messing up, and you are really against him. Then now you don't. You are somewhere where we don't know where you are.
I'll admit and not equally not admit. This is what I became. I chose to look at issues from the middle ground, not to be extreme about anything, because each time I trust anyone, that is where my heartbreak always began. Always. Because when you think this is the person now about to get it, once they're in there, the kasumba ya siasa ikiwaguza tu hivi, they forget any ideologies they ever had. And that's why no one can tell me Ati Fulani is the best. I don't believe that. I don't. It's just because they are not in power. In any case, someone said, I might not know your true character until you have money.
True.
Like money might bring what makes you the true you, the hidden demon, the hidden pride, the hidden character, the personality that at times is not human, at times is seen. When you get power, when you get wealth, when you get money, when you're associated with high levels in the society, then your character comes in. But as long as tuko huko chini bado look at these politicians when they are seeking office, they can come. I don't know if you remember one time Mwaura, the government spokesperson, alienda kukatakata sukuma kwa nyumba ya mtu. because alikuwa atafuta vote. Akaenda akatakata sukuma. I don't know kama aliosha hadi vyombo. You know, akakatakata sukuma, akaprepare food for this family. I want to dare him. I wish he can hear me. Now that he is the spokesperson of the government, let him do that now, not then. Now, then I'll say he wasn't pretending. But all these things, my friend, ni sarakasi, ni vipindi bana we. And that's why I told you, Mimi, I don't have. So
Yes,
you'll
I've never
wait to
seen you.
hear. And
I've
you
never
will-
seen you animated as today. Nika umejam sana, eh?
I'm not. As I've told you, today hasn't been a good day for me. So I really will give you even some 2 cents about myself. So what have I said? I've said several things. One of the things I've said is, at times we trust these politicians to our own detriment.
Yes.
There are people who have almost invested their lives, some of these candidates, that any slight move in our cause serious body harm. Yani, una trust, for example, let me say, for example, you trust Raila Odinga that akiamua kutoka tu kwa politics hivi, unakaa kama umepata cancer. You know, you become almost suicidal. You lack anything else to say, like you have been formatted. You have, you know, like for example, how Gachagua juzi nilicheka that if you remove Raila Odinga from the script, if you remove the economy from the script, hana content. So we are Kenyans who, wenye, if you remove some politicians kidogo tu, they lack identity. They don't know what to think. They don't know what to say. They can't defend themselves. They don't know what is their right anymore, what is not their right. Now no one is talking about the cost of living, yet is your right. No one is talking about it, for crying out loud. No one is pissed off by the fact that we could lose some of our soldiers or policemen to Haiti, and no one seems to be bothered about it. We are okay. Let it. No, yani kaende tu kaende. No one is bothered.
Jakes, if I may say something before we bring in, if we bring in Julia.
Julia, yeah.
I wanted to say this. You know, that's why I said, I don't know if I said it the other day. I think this is Raila kutoka in the political scene. It is a great opportunity. Sasa ndio tuanze hii siasa ya kuangalia issue based siasa. Unajua siasa since 1960 huko independence tulikuwa na hii siasa ya kuworship hawa na siasa. Whether it was Kenyatta, Oginga Odinga,
and even tribe. I come from Luo. I come from Western. You know, I come from ODM. I come from Jubilee. Such
so
things that cannot help you.
Absolutely. So this gives us an opportunity tuanze kuangalia wanasiasa based on what they are wanatusaidiaje and what is their record. Ndio maana Muli aliapa nilikuwa nasemanga, okay, mtata mchekeni tu, mchekeni, but he has always stood up with wananchi, even though anakaa chizi hivi, and maybe he's not as ninio kama ana ile ninio inaitwaje charisma ya kina sijui Babu Owino ama nani, but he's always with the people. Okay, so I'm saying this is an opportunity for wale watu ambao maybe they might feel wamewachwa kwa mataa. Wengine wetu sisi tuliwachwa mataa 2017, Alex ndio huyo amewacha 2022. So we can finally see that both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza politicians care about themselves, and this NADCO report is, ndio nilikuwa nasema kwa channel yangu today, anyone who hears anything about ukisoma hiyo NADCO report, what they want to ninio kupitisha, you should be outraged. Unafaa kukasirika. How dare you? Yani mlipewa 98 million, sijui 100 million, mutengeneze easy position zenu nyinyi wanasiasa, lakini you couldn't agree on the new cost of living. I'll let Julia talk because sitaki kupitia hapo.
You know, the anger you feel, I don't know, at times I ask myself, Julia, from where you sit, that anger, what does it make you feel? Do you feel angry, disappointed? What is in your heart when you look at how these politicians at times take us for a ride? Julia, hi, welcome to the show.
Hello. Oh, okay. Nimesikia. I'm hearing how you are talking with, what is it called again? Natumia simu. Kenya what?
Revolutionary.
Revolutionary. Anakuwa kijina kirefu, lakini sometimes watu nakata tunamuita, you can call him Japolo, he'll still be okay.
I hope atasaidia kuleta hii revolution. Yeah, I feel your disappointment. Let me say this. This will surprise many. For a long time, until 2022 is when I began buying the idea of Baba. But I can tell you previously, I didn't have really a candidate mwenye ningesema anasimama. My only candidate alikuwa kitambo tuseme Kenneth Matiba. That is the only man that I ever thought. Okay, the days of Kenneth Matiba, I can mention Martin Shikuku, I can mention Maside Murilo, those guys, Paul Mwito, Charles Rubia, Paul Mwito, unajua wale wenye tu walikuanga na msimamo, hata Moi hakuwanunua, unaona. Na Moi they tried to be politicians, but they stood firm. I'm not able to trace the history of Baba from in the 90s. Na I think nasikianga aliwekwa jera, na if I tell you aliwekwa jera kwa sababu gani, I'd be lying, so I would not want to lie about him. But then in the recent past, why I opted for Baba is because if I compared with Ruto, to me he was my better option. And especially because he was going to work with Mother Karua. I have a lot of faith with Mother Karua. Mother Karua is one person who walked out of Kibaki. So irrespective kwamba ati watu wanasemanga mtu wetu, I think Mother doesn't care mtu wao ama mwewe ni mtu wao, mtu wako. That is why even now watu wa Kirinyaga, they never really come out to vote for her because she disagrees with a lot of things that in their beliefs. Jua kuna watu tuseme nimetoka Mount Kenya. A lot of people in Mount Kenya thinks that wakudanganya wakikwambia wameangukia. Unaona. So Mother Karua doesn't buy those kind of things. Ati nimekudanganya kitu, nimeangukia kitu. She doesn't belong. I don't think she belongs to that school of thought. You remember when she was interviewed, she said she only owned one home, which is around 150 something thousand million. Yani yeye hana tamaa ingine na kuanga Mount Kenya. Unaona Jake? Hana. So Mimi, I bought Baba's idea because of Mother, and I also thought Baba really comparing him with Ruto. Mimi Ruto tulinda amini he should be in jail. Even now, he should be in prison. He should, and Gachagua. River us talking that he's a president. Now, but now if you look at the recent Baba moves and analyze his previous moves, you not blame Gachagua for saying kwamba Baba hata yeye anaendeanga nini mamlaka. Do not blame Gachagua for saying that what matters so much to Baba is mamlaka. What prevented him? Okay, maybe going to AU is a good way of retiring. That is one. But now going to AU is one thing. Then Nadiko report is another thing, and seeing him with Ruto is another thing. And to make matters worse, amesema Nadiko report iko sawa. Unaona, si amesema hivyo. Na mekwa kwani what is Nadiko report? Nadiko report it is sharing powers.
Positions,
positions. So all that fight Baba ameng'ang'ana ni nini alikuwa anapigania in the first place? Why start a fight that he never finished? Yani amemaliza vibaya. People are hating me for saying this, lakini kusema kweli Raila amemaliza vibaya sana. It's okay for him to go to AU to retire. That is for him and his family. Because for me, I don't think AU chairman affects Kenya in any way. And I don't think so. I'm sorry, I'm not even aware of the last AU chairmans because I'm not keen on them. I don't pay attention. to them because sionangi wakikusaidia. So Baba, for him to go to AU is a retirement package for him, which if you look at his age, you can also say it is okay for him because kama ameshindwa na hii safari ya kung'ang'ana Kenya, what else? Aende Bondo. If he has a chance to go to AU, hata kama we ni Jake Sungeenda. So now I think Azimio people should just Alex anapenda kutumia jina suck it. I don't like to use that word, but Azimio people should just suck it and accept Baba has retired, period. Na amechanuka vile ameretire. He has not just gone away to some I mean, he has not gone back to Bondo. Amechanuka, hiyo ni kuchanuka, and I pray that he gets that seat. Lakini he did finish his fight. Why? Because he's now supporting.
I need to make sure it's you talking. I need your camera because it doesn't look like me and you can talk this way after the fight that we spoke. I want to see your camera to make sure it's you speaking.
Alex, it's me, I myself.
No, I'm being honest. I want to make sure that the people that we supported Baba, they must speak in camera.
Alex,
so that
nitaanza kanisa. You nitaanza kanisa. I'm greeting you.
Goja nitoke penye niko Alex tengia kwa kamera. It's just penye niko siwezi ingia kwa kamera. So, why am I saying this? Me, Nadiko report is just positions. So if I were Baba, singe support, ningekaa kama Wamalo. Alafu mtu aniambie, does Baba need Ruto support for AU? Is he warming to each other, dealing with whom? Is he trying to tell us that he can also work for Ruto or work with Ruto? Me the way I knew Baba, hawezi fanya kazi na mtu kama Ruto. Kule kukunyeshe ama kusinyeshe. So we have fought Ruto here with Alex. We have called each other names in sound card. We have kicked people out. We have cast them out.
Actually, Julia, kuna just a moment, Kenya Rebel. There's a good friend of mine akona grudge na wewe vibaya sana. Anasema ulimuita mole.
Julia, let me tell you something, my sweet sister. Julia, I want you to put into perspective a couple of things here.
Yes, go ahead.
First and foremost, we have fought for this man for years now because we believed that he was the right leader for that country.
Yeah.
And not only did we fight, we were ready to die for them. Julia, when you sit down, I want you to tell me, and I want you to be very honest. Why did people have to die in Nyalenda?
Yes.
Only for us to sit down and start accepting seats. Why did people die in Nyalenda? And this is the same man who told us when Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta sent our soldiers to where? To Mogadishu and Kismayo. You say, you are dancing on the graves of our children. Is he not dancing on the graves of our children who died in Nyalenda?
Yes.
Let's be honest. Let's call the truth the truth. Don't you believe so?
He's doing so because, okay, mimi Alex, wacha nikwambie, mimi ningesamehe Baba, hata sikumsamehe, ningesema it's okay. Ningesikia anavai AU chairmanship na whatever. Lakini first nasikia anavai AU chairmanship. Okay, I swallow that. Then I see him with this Nigerian guy. Then stories start circulating that hata walikutana Mombasa. Mnakumbuka ile story ya Mombasa?
Yeah.
Ati walikuwa yeye, Obasanjo na Ruto. Na Ruto na Baba wakasema hawakukutana. Lakini Obasanjo, I think he didn't know why they were denying. Then from nowhere maandamano imeisha na tunaenda bipartisan. Then tunaenda bipartisan. Then before long, Kalonzo is chairing Nadiko report. Then we wait. First, we hear Naduko report is saying that Saba ifunguliwe sijui nini. Then eventually Saba is not there. Nothing is there. It's just Prime Minister Akwe approved, leader of opposition. At they look at the IEBC what. We didn't even address why we were going on the streets, because our issue is that we have not accepted that Ruto is president legally, and that he's supposed to be. Even saizi hata saizi mimi nimeamini baba alishinda huyu uchaguzi. Now this is the same man who stole from him elections. Okay, Baba is doing this for the how many times? Kibaki,
the fifth time.
Ni handshake ngapi ameshake?
Ine.
Come on. How long can your husband beat you up and you go back to the house? Next time you go back to the house, you beat him up. So that is what Baba has done. This guy has alafu ebu angalia madharau ya Gachagua jameni. I'm telling you, mimi kuna mtu tu nimesema tu anidharau hivyo nimpate mahali. Then now, do you people, I want a question here when I hope Alex comes back.
Yeah,
do you think Baba wants to work? Let me ask you. Do you think the next thing we shall hear is that Baba is working with Ruto? You people just tell me, kama hiyo ndio watu wa Azimio mjitayarishe mapema, kwa sababu badala ya kulialianga hapa mkisema sijui nini, Baba just accept the fate. Tuanze kuchambua who next will help us. Wacha ninyamikisha hapo. Tuanze Alex to accept fate. Tuanze kuchambua who next.
Now before I come to Alex, Kenya Rebel, we had a handshake government. Now should we now just mapema tuanze kuita the NADCO regime? Mapema tu.
Yes, nilikuwa nasema hivi. I was saying
mute.
Umejimute.
We can't hear you. Okay, Alex, should we now call this the NADCO regime na tuzoe tu mapema so that we get over it and move on?
You see, we are in utter confusion. And as Kenyans, politically, we are depressed. And if you look at the total historicity of our country on how we have progressed and the trajectory of where we came from and where actually we are today, I think Kenyans are in total depression. This NADCO report is worse than even. The NADCO report is worse even than the Handshake Brothers. Do you hear what I said? This NADCO report is worse than even the Handshake Brothers. Because if you look at it, Mr. Jakes, we have passed the 6 memorandums that Ruto brought to Parliament. We have passed the finance bill. We have passed the housing levy. So what do we get back? What are we getting back? Are we getting the seat of the Prime Minister and getting the opposition seat? What nonsense is that? Can you understand my frustration? What did you get? What did I get? The what we call the housing, the subsidies are not come yet. The petrol is very high. KPLC is overcharging our people today. What do you get back, Mr. Jakes? Jakes is so frustrating in the 4 cycles. And Jakes, I want you to look at me and I tell you right on your face. It's so frustrating, all of us, Miss Julia and Nyinyi Wote, that we have gone 4 cycles of election, 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022. We don't know why we are even giving IEBC money. Because they've never really produced the results that are supposed to be produced. Jakes, why do you wake up at 4 a.m. to go and vote? On to find a political negotiation. Jakes, let me finish. To find a political negotiation, which
there's something I told. There's something I told someone close to me. The next time nitaamka mapema kuvotia mtu, unless it's me. Niamke 4. unless it is me voting for myself. I'll never lose sleep for any
Julia, let me ask
politician
you.
ever again.
Julia, in 2022, you did not vote. I voted. 2017, I voted. 2013, I voted. 2007, I voted. But the person I voted for did not become the president of that country. What is the purpose of us giving IBC money? Billions of money. Only for Chiloba again to be what? Given ambassadorial job. Nilisikia alipewa ambassadorial job ama?
Where you are, in the US, he was given a consul or something where you are, in the US.
In Las Vegas.
Now, I wanted to ask Kenya Rebel a question, but I'm a talker. But I'll ask you, Julia, why is it that the politician seems to always forget easily where mwananchi took him from, and only to remember ikikaribia elections? Right now, no politician is remembering Wanjiko. No one.
Hapana, si politician, ni sisi tunasahau haraka. Eh? And we never learn from our lesson. But like I think it's you or Kenya Ribero was saying, this is an opportunity for Kenyans to teach these politicians a lesson. Unaona Alex? Sasa wanajipanga wakifikira tutafuata hiyo lineup yao ya ujinga. Unaona? We should just decide now. We are not following your stupid lineup. If you are thinking that you can combine from whichever side of the political side and give us, the sad thing is that they always come back with realignments. Eh? With realignments. Now, let me ask you, Alex.
Oh, sorry, Kenya Rebel is working on it.
Okay, let me ask you, Alex, what is the fate right now? What is the fate of ODM and what is the fate of Azimio right now?
I can predict this way, Madam Julia. By 20, and it's a bad prediction and you may not like it, but it's going to be that way. By 2026, ODM and UDA will be one party, and they are going to be against the Kikuyu leadership. That's when Gachagua is going to be crushed like hell. We are going back to 2007, whereby we had 42 versus 1 or 41 versus 2. And politically, they are going to kill the Muranga 7 billionaires and make sure that in the next 20 or 40 years, Akikuyu will never be a president. ODM and the UDA are going to become one party, or they are going to do what? And when you heard Baba's Ruto say something, it shocked me when Ruto said that the next, remember it was in the event of coming from Homa Bay, then he said, we should start now doing a president and a woman to be a running mate. And it figured me what he said in Homa Bay, which I connected the dots to form the line that Gladys Wanga might be the running mate of William Samoei Ruto come 2027, the possibility. So I fear in a way that if Martha Karua, if there was a time the political elites and the establishment of Kikuyu should unite so that they will never be squashed, it is now time to defend their own. The only sitting man or woman that has remained in this mountain, the region, is one Martha Karua. Peter Kenneth, the other day I heard his chopper was taking Uganda. Peter Kenneth has been compromised. Kioni has been compromised. Uhuru Muigai has been compromised. The only person remaining in the mountain, and I will guarantee you, Julia, is Martha Karua. And if they will coalesce around her and support her, we could save that country. And somebody asked me earlier, why do I keep on talking about the Mount Kenya? The reason I do that, Mount Kenya, you like it or not, is the firstborn of Kenya. You have played the politics of Kenya for so long. You have the businesses. Your proximity to Nairobi is very near, and we must do everything necessary. If you help us because of your numbers, and then we can start looking for what? Crabbles, the food that falls on the table. Tuende Western, tuende Kisii, tuende Coast, tuende Wapi, we can come together and make sure we save that country. But the problem is that
you people are a patriarchal society. You don't believe in Mother Karua, unfortunately. Go ahead, Kenya River.
So what is the fate? Okay, Alex, you'll come back. What is the fate of our dear Kalonzo Musyoka? Ama amewachwa kwa mata.
Your story ilisha kitambo.
Kenya River, before you come, that's a very hot question. Kalonzo, for a very long time, has been a non-starter. Kalonzo, if it was PK, who is in Chicago, a very good friend of mine, once told me the only reason Kalonzo has remained in the politics of Kambani is because of this. And I bought his idea and ideology and his philosophy is that if you have 7 cows and you have 1 bull, even if that bull is old, you cannot castrate the only bull remaining. You understand? So Kalonzo has survived because people like Mudama, people like Mutula Kilonzo did not advance in their politics. But Kalonzo is finished, dusted, and gone home. If you look at even Kalonzo, the way he's campaigning, look at him very well. Kalonzo keeps on having a mayoral consciousness. Ni anaenda Machakos, anaenda Kitui, anakuja Meru, anaenda Embu, but the guy has never had the courage to go to Coast, never had the courage to go to Western, never had a courage to go to anywhere. So what do you expect of a presidential candidate who cannot even go? Secondly, he does not have money to bankroll his politics. The politics of Kenya today is very expensive. Look at it. Does Kalonzo have a chopper? No. Can Kalonzo really bankroll his politics apart from Wakati Mudama and bankroll? No. The only thing that Kalonzo has in terms of money is his Yatta land, which he stole again. To Kamtetea last time because of political experience. So I can guarantee you, Kalonzo has no future. And nobody should put his faith in Kalonzo Musyoka. I rather put my money on Mother Karua. So Kenya Rebel, you can go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with Alex as far as the working relationship, the future working relationship between ODM and Ruto. It's going to happen in the future. If you remember when Vilenani, Uyu billionaire Jimmy Wanjigi met with Raila, and after that meeting, Wandai came and told the press and told them that ODM will be in a new political alliance, whatever the case is. So then we started seeing this mambo ya Ninio. We can see the NATCO unraveling. So I agree with Alex that in the future ODM and Ruto will happen. Will work together. Now you can also see that now that they're working together. Well, there's a possibility they're going to work together by all indications. The fall guy, the person who's being demonized, is Gachagua. I know a lot of people don't like Gachagua, but I listen to Gachagua very carefully. Gachagua unajua unaweza kumdharau kwa sababu anaongea hivi, but Gachagua is a very honest man. Anasema vile iko. And some people don't like him for that. But where I would maybe have a different view with Nani, Alex, don't count out Kalonzo. You said Kalonzo has no money. Guess who he's rubbing shoulders with? Uliona alienda kutana na nini Gideon na Uhuru. Yes, Gideon might not be popular in whatever, Rift Valley. But they have money, Uhuru has money. Now, I'm not saying sisemi ati Kalonzo atashinda. Kalonzo is not about Kalonzo winning. Kalonzo atakaki kushinda. Kalonzo is all about vile atajipata hapo in some kind of power. Atajileta hapo hivyo. Ndio maana unaona hii NADCO, because remember, in order for you to be considered in the next political dispensation, political outfit that's going to happen after this NADCO, if it passes, you have to bring value. What value does Kalonzo bring? Kalonzo, even in Mombasa Coast, kuna Wakamba fulani huko. There's a good number of Wakamba ambao can buy Kalonzo. Some people within Azimio, they feel like Kalonzo, unajua nini? He has been loyal to Raila Odinga, but amepitishwa, amerukwa, or whatever the case, because he was supposed to be the vice president, but walieka Martha Karua. So let's not count out Kalonzo Musyoka. And again, let's not count out Gachagua. Yes, I know people are saying that Gachagua, you see, he's being demonized because our Raila and Ruto will be working together. So they're demonizing Gachagua, and Gachagua is the so-called speaker. He claims to be speaking for the Mount Kenya region. And actually, if they demonize him, the Mount Kenya might coalesce around him. Wataanza kusympathize with him, like, unaona, huyu amerukwa vile Ruto alirukwa na Kenyatta, unaona? So I won't count out Gachagua and Kalonzo. They will have a part to play past 2027. Maybe wanaweza kurukwa 2027 as far as Gachagua, but they will actually, Gachagua, I think, will make a name for himself. I don't know, the politics of Mount Kenya is more, it's more it's not straightforward like Nyanza vile unaweza kusema okay, Raila akisema huyu. It's more complicated. Kuna different factors. There's a Uhuru factor, Gachagua factor, Maina Njenga has his crew, but Gachagua is making a name himself, and him being ostracized might actually help him to come up, just like Ruto was helping him. Yeah, go ahead, Alex. And
you know, Kenya Rebel, you see, I want to inform you in a good way, and I want you, let us go progressively so that you can understand how this politics is being played. I come from a political family, Mr. Kenya Rebel, and there are some things I know that sometimes I cannot talk over here. If there is anything people should never forget, it's the statement of William Samoei Ruto when he said, kama kuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu ni sisi Wakalenjin. When you derive that from him, you will understand where his vendetta must most be in terms of land, in terms of business, and in terms of like bankrolling of the whole. So William Samoei Ruto has never forgotten what he said a couple of years ago. So Gachagua was only taken there. Remember, the preferred candidate for that was voted by the UDA party was Kindiki. But Gachagua, because he was bankrolling that party, forced himself to come in. And ile maandamano alimake in Nyeri, ilifanya Ruto akafia na akamchagua. It's not like Ruto and Gachagua love each other. No, they don't. And Ruto has been in that seat. He knows how powerful it is and how to use it affectionately to disrupt the presidency. Okay? So it's not like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hakukuwa in that seat. Before we used to have vice presidents. Now we have deputy presidents who run for office. It's a ticket. It's a conjoined ticket whereby you cannot fire the way Moi used to fire people anytime. So Gachagua's seat is protected. Now, that's why he has preempted early on that his running mate is going to be a woman. Don't take that statement for granted.
Now, I wanted to ask you this. Don't you think Gachagua within Mount Kenya has a reasonable following? Kuna following kiasi?
That one I don't know. Julia can inform me. For a very long time, I never followed the politics of Mount Kenya. This is the first time I'm talking. You know, what I don't know, I agree, I don't know. But what I know, I usually say it, the truth, the way I know. Because it is quite confusing in the mountain that Ruto made sure for the first time, when you look at the crops of leadership, and Julia, I want you to help me here, because I've always asked that question. When you look at the crops of leadership that the Kikuyu community used to have, people like Michuki, people like Peter Kenneth, yeah, good people, but this time around they have minions and ninacoms, okay? So you sit down and ask yourself, in as much as I don't like Ndindi Nyoro, I want to say here that Ndindi Nyoro is a very smart politician. In as much as I may not like his politics because of UDA, but when you look at him in general, he's a better alternative than Gachagua because he can outsmart Ruto in many ways because he knows how to do business, he's intelligent, he sits in a committee of budget that he can use it affectionately to help his people in the mountain so that development can go there. But if you look at Gachagua has made a mistake of having almost all the leaders in Mount Kenya to become his enemies. If you look at Gachagua, who is his friend? Is it Kate Waruguru? The other day when he went Laikipia, he went with Kate. Who is Kate? Do you understand? So when you are forming a formation and you want to bring the community together, you must work with the leadership of that community. So Ruto had made sure mtu kama Moses Kuria amekosana na nani? Mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro, mtu kama Ichungu. So Gachagua may be strong, but Gachagua will have a hard time because the leadership is greedy and is going to follow Ruto because of the positions and the money. And then, but if you take Gachagua himself as an individual, he has built himself as a political prowess, whereby he has the money, he has the chopper, and through Moi's politics, you can say that he's a little bit experienced. But I'll tell you, Ruto is using Kikuyus to kill Kikuyus themselves. That's the disadvantage that he has.
And I agree with you.
Kikuyus are not seeing that.
Alex, and that's why I said I agree with you. And I think once Ruto starts working with Raila with ODM, and when he ostracized the Mount Kenya region, people will rally around Gachagua, because Gachagua has always he positioned himself as the champion of Mount Kenya. That's why every speech in watu wa Mount Kenya, sisi watu wa Mount Kenya. So when he finally starts working with Raila Odinga, you can hear the ODM people are saying, Gachagua is the problem, Gachagua is the problem. Ruto actually can work with Baba. They've been working together for a long time. So once they start ostracizing Gachagua, I feel the Mount Kenya will feel like, okay, tumetolewa, Ruto has betrayed us, and they might rally around Gachagua. But that's just something that I think. I'm not saying that's what will happen. That's just something
one thing that needs to change, I agree. One thing that needs to change now is Gachagua to start changing his politics. He needs now to become an intelligent politician. This statement, the careless statement sometimes he makes, you see, you don't want to become, when you start politics, Kenya River, and I've studied this very well. First of all, you become a regional politician. Then you become the kingpin of that area. And then now you advance your politics to become a national leader. Gachagua has refused to become a national leader. He's becoming he wants to be the kingpin. So how do you make Gachagua powerful? If I was his strategist, okay, I will tell him, now start having national politics. Stop making incendiary statements that you start looking like a fool. And I agree with you. Gachagua is a very smart person, but sometimes his statements are disappointing. Given the fact that he has good money, he has the experience, and also Gachagua is a student of history, remember. One thing I like about Gachagua is a student of history. And many people do not know that.
And you've made a very good point. And what I think he thinks, because remember, in Mount Kenya, he hasn't solidified Mount Kenya, because Mount Kenya, remember, kingpin one Mount Kenya ni nani? Uhuru Kenyatta is there, and so forth, so Maina Njengas and all. So he hasn't solidified. He's not the kingpin of Mount Kenya yet. That's why he tried to restrict himself to Mount Kenya. That's why you hear him every statement. Sisi kama watu wa Mount Kenya. Because like you said, you've said it very well. Before you become a national leader, you have to solidify yourself among your people, Mount Kenya. And Gachagua hasn't solidified himself yet, because we have Uhuru Kenyatta and we have every other else who are still factions that are still challenging. So he has to mpaka aendelee na hiyo mambo yake ati watu wa Mount Kenya, so he can galvanize this Mount Kenya people around him first before he goes to national. Go ahead.
And I want to tell Julia, unfortunately, because Julia is one of the people who have been criticizing Gachagua for a very long time. Julia, unfortunately, the person who will ransom Mount Kenya from the hooks of the Kalenjins, and I predict will be Gachagua. Unfortunately, in as much as I don't like saying that, the only person who will have, it won't be Moses Kuria, it won't be Ichungo, it won't be Ndindi Nyoro. Think about it critically and accept the reality. Sometimes let us not be denialists, okay? Let's be pragmatic and practical, okay? The elevation of himself to that position puts him at an advantage. Secondly, he sits in some of the best committees that can help. But now the problem is that people like Moses Kuria are attacking him. People like Ichungo are attacking. People like Ndindi Nyoro are attacking him. If I was Kikuyu right now and I want to advance my politics, you know, now we are not doing the politics of psychophancy. We are doing real. You are analyzing the reality. Unaelewa? The only savior for Mount Kenya right now is Gachagua, unfortunately.
Haya, Julia sema kitu. Julia amenyamaza sana.
Oh, yeah, I'm enjoying the talk. Hata Jake amenyamaza. Okay, Gachagua, mimi sijui nitasema nini Gachagua because he fights everyone left and right. I mean, okay, I'm sorry, Alex, I have to say this. He's an embarrassment to the Kikuyu community. Lakini there are people here who say, naona yule nani anaitwa Mburu. Anasimanga kwamba yule anakujaga kwa ile show ingine. Anasimanga kwamba Gachagua is his hero, ati Gachagua anaongea ukweli. But you know, sometimes hata kama ni ukweli unaongea, you have to be very wise. You have to ask yourself, like, are you scattering people? The other thing that these people Gachagua made is that he forever insulted Uhuru and disrespected him. So there's a big proportion of Mount Kenya that are like, apana, wametusi Uhuru sana. Unaona, Alex? Sasa hiyo shida Gachagua ako nayo. Yani mpaka watu wa hili. So because of that, Gachagua hata Gachagua yeye anaweza wachwa kwa mataa kama Kalonzo. Anaweza wachwa kwa mataa. Lakini the only thing I don't want to buy is I don't think Ruto will go for Gladys Wanga. Ruto will still have Gachagua for running mate because Ruto has nothing to lose. The only thing Ruto now needs is a second term. And once he gets his second term, through who can think, whether stealing election or doing what, he doesn't care what happens later. But one thing I'm sure is Gachagua will never be president. Or may, let me use the word may. Sometimes using the word will, we end up biting our own tongues. But I want to say this, may never get anywhere close to presidency. My reasons are, he's still struggling even to get Mount Kenya region around him. I'm not sure Mount Kenya can come out kumira for Gachagua. I don't think so. Kuna wenye, Alex, nakwambia, ile matusi wametukana Uhuru, iyo ndio itakula akina Gachagua. So, because of that, I wish they even didn't fight Uhuru or insult Uhuru. I wish they campaigned against Baba na wakutusi Uhuru. So, because of that, iyo ndio itawakula. Now, I wanted to come back to Kalonzo Musyoka. I have a different view about Kalonzo Musyoka. Hata kama Baba amewacha Kalonzo Musyoka kwa mataa, I have a strong feeling Kalonzo will be the compromise candidate. First, he's not a Kikuyu. Remember, Kenyans now are looking for a presidential candidate who is neither a Kikuyu nor a Kalenjin. So, Kalonzo is likely to be the compromise candidate. And I'm seeing Kalonzo looking for the people like Akina Wamalo. Naona anatembea na watu wenye wako na akili. And you know something, Alex? I remember in the late 90s, we had dismissed Mwai Kibaki kabisa. And let me tell you, I want to say here without fear of contradiction, that I don't believe that Raila supported Kibaki because alimpenda sana. It is because Kibaki was the compromise candidate. It's because according to everybody around, Kibaki...
Actually, the person he wanted was Nyachai, but he found that because of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, they had to divide the votes for Mount Kenya.
Yes,
Go ahead.
It is here to walimpenda sana. Kibaki was a compromise candidate because that was the only way of beating Uhuru. Because otherwise, Uhuru was going to get the backing of the whole mountain, and Moi was going to use that to steal the votes. You know what people do? They claim that kuna namba suku. Alafu sasa hiyo nafasi wanachukua ya kunini ya kuiba kura. So that was the only way of beating Uhuru. Si ati walimpenda sana. The other reason why Uhuru Kibaki was a compromise candidate, because for a long time, even Kikuyus included, Kibaki was seen as General Kigwaya. Kibaki, by those days, was not generating the politics of hate. Uhuru and Kanu were generating the politics of hate. Another person who generates the politics of hate is Raila. Raila, because of Jaluo, kama wewe ni Mjaluo nisamehe. Mnajua ile msemo inaitwa Jaluo jeuri. You know that saying that says Jaluo jeuri. Eh? They at one point they generate the politics of hate.
Julia, you are making so many points at a go that sometimes we may not be able to respond to you.
And I know you want to respond.
Just sit down and write those points because you are putting very pregnant points to a point like
okay.
I'm getting confused on how to respond to all of them.
Okay, let me
Julia, let me inform you something. Yeah. Two books that have defined two books that have defined the politics of the world. It is Machiavelli, The Prince, and The Art of the War. And The Art of the War says this: if me and you and Kenya Rebel, we come to power, okay, and we want to take Guru out of power, I must sacrifice you people and make Guru to become my friend. Keep your enemies, keep your friend close, but keep your enemies closer. Okay? So, Baba's biggest headache is Kalonzo. You have to know that. Because this guy has supported him, is it 3 times or how many times? So, you need to know that. Don't think like Baba is going to let Kalonzo have a field day. And I'm from a political family and I understand how these things work. So I think your reverse psychology of thinking that because he's a compromise candidate, because of his and Kalonzo is the one who said your tribe betrays you. We have not forgotten that. Kalonzo is the person again who took the ODM nomination at one particular time with Maanzo and gave us frustration and headache. We have not forgotten that. It's only because we haven't started criticizing him. So if we were to start criticizing Kalonzo right now, we will kill him in a day. Do you understand, Julia, what I'm talking about?
Okay, now let me finish what I was saying about Kalonzo. So you have brought the point. If Baba doesn't address the needs of Kalonzo, Baba and Ruto, I promise you, Kalonzo will be the compromise of candidate in Kenya, and he'll give them a run for their money. I promise you. So Baba and Ruto must address the needs of Kalonzo, and if they don't, I promise you, he'll give them a run for their money, because everybody else will look at Kalonzo. Kalonzo najua ni watermelon ya ukweli kabisa. So
Julia, I see where you're coming. I see it.
Yes.
I see it.
Because people will be like, wacha nikwambie, hata Wakikuyu wataona.
Julia is having wishes that politically are not going to work.
I think we have to wait for this thing to unfold. Another thing, I'm very sure there's nothing like Gladys Wanga. Gachagua will still be the running mate.
Wait and see. I'm telling you the truth. You wait and see. There is a statement that Cheriot made a couple of 2 years ago, where he said, whether Baba wins or Ruto wins, for the first time, we are having a candidate that is a nilot. That statement for the first time gave me chills, and I remembered I was a Bantu. Julia, I will never lie to you.
Julia, we were with you, and Julia, let me remind you, there's a statement you made a couple of years ago that I want to remind you here. It was a dangerous statement, but by then I could not tell you because we wanted your support by then. But sometimes vile Ruto anasema kuna vitu zingine unanyamaza, unapata uongozi kwanza ndio unaziongea. Do you know when we were palleting between Kalonzo and Martha Karua in Mutembei by then, that if Martha Karua is not chosen as the running mate, you rather vote for Ruto. Do you remember you made that statement?
No. I never said that, Alex. That one you are
I
misquoting.
kept that video. I will send it to you. I have your number.
Alex, you are misquoting me. I have never ever supported Ruto. And even now, if vile mnaenda naye huko kwa Gladys Wanga, siwezi, nakwambia, siwezi. I have never ever supported Ruto.
Maybe that day, Julia, you were very mad and you made a statement that you cannot.
No. Alex, I've never. That one you are misquoting me. I have never.
Okay. Let's not degenerate into that. But let me tell you in terms of how politics is going to play. If you look at after Fidel died, Baba is looking at how the Odingaism is going to continue because it's the only uniting factor within the Luo politics. If Baba exits without putting an Odinga, the toxicity and the polarity between the Luo, and I'm glad you went to Maseno University and you understand the politics of South Nyanza and the politics of Siaya and Kisumu. If Baba goes without putting the Luo community together, the Luo community is going to suffer the same way Uhuru did not prepare the Kikuyu community to become one formidable conglomerate whereby their vote matters. Now, what I look at here, Baba already has started playing the politics of tribalism. And it's unfortunate I'm using that statement, Julia. If you look at the development that is going on right now in Kenya in general, Kisumu is still getting, remember Ruto went to the MV Uhuru in the launch of the ile meli yenye ilikuwa kule Kisumu, mabarabara zinaenda. I was born and raised in Kisumu. Nitakwambia mabarabara sahi Kisumu zinajengwa like everybody is quiet. Somebody like Anyang' Nyong is very quiet because a lot of development is going on there. When he went to Siaya, I remember Orengo called him 13 times, His Excellency the President, and akasema atampea tractors and other things like that. If you look at Gladys Wanga, Murkomen has been going there like Yani too many times back. I started questioning why is Murkomen going there. If you look at Migori too, a lot of development are going there. So my take is this: Baba wants to leave a legacy within his own people. Amefika mahali he has given up and said, look, the Kikuyus have been in power way too long. Development during Kenyatta, the first Kenyatta, and during Moi never came to our people. Now that I have brought devolution, I must help our people so that they can remember me. Now, I want you to go back in 1997 when the NDP flag was brought down and Raila entered into New Kano. We used to have a police commissioner who was called Kilonzo or something like that. He had to step down. He was actually poisoned. If you remember, I think you were old enough by then. He was poisoned and Abongo was put as the police commissioner of what? Of Kisumu. And I think by that time you were in Maseno University. Alafu wakatengeneza Kisumu Sports Ground Center. Alafu wakatengeneza again stage ya Kisumu, and then the sewages za Kisumu. What is now having is regional economic empowerment here. The Kikuyus are going to be persecuted economically. Accept it, Miss Julia.
Yes. That's how politicians work, and they must rule a region. And you wonder why they have to come to use those kind of things. Because as for me, I believe that region deserves development.
with or without being in the government. But my argument, I think we want to hear what Kenya Rebel has to say, that Kalonzo will be the compromise candidate. My reasons are, we've been watermelon, kukosa msimamo. Hiyo kosa msimamo pia ni point, especially when tumeingia siasa ya chuki, because Ruto will be using siasa ya chuki. And because of that, there will be a fight back. There are those communities
Just
that
give me
will
a
feel
minute, I'm coming back. Just give me a minute, I'm coming back.
okay, there are those communities that you feel like we are not included. Another thing, Kalonzo has sworn again and again, lazima sasa asimame. Sasa mimi sijui wengine wanaona aje. Kalonzo will be the compromise candidate and he'll give them a run for their money, because if they throw out Gachagua, guess what? Where will be Mount Kenya? Mount Kenya itakuwa pande gani? There is no way Mount Kenya will go to the other side. No. Remember, they always vote against Raila all the time. So, Kenya
No.
Rebel, what do you think?
Julia, I agree. Your point in myself, I agreed full-heartedly. And just to Raila akianza kufanya kazi na Ruto, like you said, the Gachagua will be ostracized. Atawachwa kwa island peke yake, okay? And once Gachagua is ostracized, of course the people of Mount Kenya will be looking for a candidate. Gachagua peke yake may not be enough, and the mood of the country is, Kalenjins and Kikuyus have dominated. So what will happen? Like you said, unaona nani ameanza kushikana na nani? Ameanza kushikana na Uhuru na Gideon, okay? Alafu unaona Gachagua, he's trying to warm himself up to Uhuru Kenyatta. So,
and Wamalwa. And
yes.
Wamalwa is coming in. And this governor from Trans Nzoia. Nakwambia, kuna game imapangwa. They'll give them a run for their money.
Yeah, so historically, vile umesema, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can hear you.
Yeah, historically, Kikuyus don't vote for Luos. Luos don't vote for Kikuyus since that Tomboya death happened to walitengana, okay? So what will happen is this, like Julia umesema point again, hata I didn't even see that, and now I can see it. That's why Kalonzo ni kama akona hope. He will run, and since everyone is saying, okay, tumechoka na Wakikuyu, tumechoka na Wakalenjin, Kalonzo being Mkamba shall be the best. Wata compromise on Kalonzo kwa sababu watasema hivi, he's not a Kikuyu, he's not a Kamba. Yes, he might not be famous. Yes, he's not polarizing as Raila Odinga in Kenya. Mount Kenya watampigia na wataleta Uhuru Kenyatta to try to rally around these people and others. So I see that point. Julia, that's a good point. Sikuiona hivyo, and I can see it. Maybe Alex might have something different the way he sees it.
Let me tell you one thing. You guys think that the fact that Ruto akona Gachagua ama Raila akona Musyoka, they don't have their own rivalries. Let's go back to history in 2017. And I want you to listen to this. When Miguna and others were advocating after the Supreme Court on nullification of the election, Kalonzo Musyoka, Wetangula, and Mudavadi conspicuously missing the swearing in of Baba because they had already made a pact with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Baba went behind because Uhuru was having sleepless nights. Uhuru was not able to govern that country. And what happened was that Baba superseded the three of them had made a surprise pact with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and whatever that was agreed within Kalonzo Musyoka, Wetangula, and Mudavadi, ikakuwa null and void because Uhuru wanted to build his legacy. Now, this time around, if you could look at how the NADCO report came into existence, Martha Karua was against the NADCO report, and Julia, you will agree with me. And Raila, from the beginning, was against it. But because he didn't want Azimio to break off, he intentionally put Kalonzo Musyoka to go and negotiate with the NADCO report so as afanye nini? Amwaribie jina ama aonyeshe kuwa is the one that is compromising. And I'm telling you, if you look at the 2027 political equation, Raila will never and has never forgiven Kalonzo for supporting Kibaki, and he lost his seat because of one person called Kalonzo Musyoka. Don't think these nemesis people forget. Some of these things sometimes they did was for political expediency, but at the same time, behind their minds, they remember why Raila never became the president, because behind the corner, Kalonzo came and became the deputy president of who? Of one Kibaki, and he made Raila lose his presidency. So you have to put that in equation too. So don't think that everything is merry and rosy. No, these people too have their own differences. You have to remember that. So Raila will never allow Kalonzo to ascend into presidency because Kalonzo at one particular time denied him a direct ticket whereby Nani anajua very well he won for the election. So you have to put that as a disclaimer too. I'm telling you
that
the
is
truth.
a good point. That is a good point. But Raila ended up with a bigger position than Kalonzo. He got the prime ministerial position.
Yeah. With a negotiated through the help of William Samoei. Before we couldn't allow because we were going through an election, we refused. But the person who supported Raila to a point that he got that, the person who was at Bomas that really negotiated for Raila Amolo Odinga was Ruto.
So Alex,
why it's not for Ruto? Why it's not for Ruto? Raila could never have become the prime minister.
Alex and Kenya Rebel and Julia, there's a question I wanted to ask you. Everyone was rewarded heftily in 2007, especially those who are on the front line helping these principles.
I was going there, Jakes, but go ahead.
But when it mattered, when it truly mattered, Martha Karua, who pushed through thick and thin to hell and back, she didn't get the deputy prime minister position. Uhuru got it. I don't know. Let me begin with Julia. What do you make of how
in 2007?
Yeah, 2007.
No. Martha Karua was on the other side. You remember Martha Karua?
No, Martha Karua was with Kibaki.
No, Martha Karua was with Kibaki.
Yes.
He was the Minister for Constitutional Affairs.
Yes, and she did not want this handshake. She did not want it at all. I don't know if you remember.
She did not want it. Julia, what do you make of how in politics those who really die with you don't get the positions that they deserve? Because even how ODM had agreed, the person who was to be a prime minister was not Raila Odinga, it was to be William Ruto. So the seat that Raila got was not supposed to be his, it was supposed to be that for William Ruto. So what do you make of it?
But Jake, how could William Ruto be above Raila? That one I don't see that point. But for
I don't know Jake's thinking on that. In 2007, when the Pentagon was there, William could never be above.
William Ruto would not have been above Baba. That is out. But for politicians, Martha Karua even walked out of Kibaki's government. I don't know whether it's the second time or the first time, but she did. That's why I count her as my heroine. Politicians are like that, and that is why you see the war between Kalonzo and Baba. They keep on selling each other, and because of what Jake is saying, let me ask for the three of you. So, do you think is Kalonzo's next move? Anaona akiuzwa tu hadharani tu akiwechwa kwa mata. What do you think is his next move? Go home.
Kenya Rebel, what is the next move for Kalonzo? Is asking, they go home?
No. I tell you, unajua sisi kama watu wamekaa huku nje, we are very quick to dismiss Kalonzo. something that Julia said that actually opened my mind, opened my thoughts. Vile mentioned, Kalonzo is trying to endear himself to the Mount Kenya region because he knows ODM, they will never choose him. Unaona wao wakina nani Azimio, they are saying Baba Kitoka, they have their own plan, but it won't be Kalonzo. They will not accept Kalonzo. They will not vote for him. Kalonzo understands that. So Kalonzo anasema hivi, anaona hivi, okay, since I'm not going to be the presidential candidate in 2027, let me start fishing outside of this Azimio. Let me endear myself with Nini Mount Kenya, because Mount Kenya are the ones who are going to suffer in the next coalition government, which will be between Nani, Ruto, and Raila. Ruto and Raila is basically UDA and ODM. Okay, so you have the Nyanza and Wasingishu province already. Rift Valley province.
But
okay?
but you guys are quite interesting.
What's that?
Bwana Kenya Rebel, when you say UDA and ODM, UDA has almost 40%. UDA has 40% to 60% central province. All right, if you include even Nakuru County. Now,
yes.
The lower percentage is not from, it's from the Kalenjin or from where William Ruto comes from. So unless another formation is formed, UDA still has a bigger portion of the central province.
Let me oversimplify it. Let's get tribal. I hate to get tribal, but that's how we vote. Okay, tribal blocks. And I'll give it to you, Honorable Alex. I see you are burning. Hey.
You see, the problem with us, we are not principled, to be honest, so that we can be consistent with what we say. If you ask Julia today, she will tell you Mount Kenya really never voted for William Samoei Ruto. Ruto stole from Mount Kenya, and he has artificial votes so that he can look like he won the mountain. Mount Kenya, more people stayed at home to vote than to vote, and that is why in the end, Ruto looked like he won the mountain. So sometimes we keep on shifting the goalpost so that it can accommodate what we want to hear.
So Alex, you believe Ruto did not get to the votes in Mount Kenya?
Ask Julia. Julia will tell you.
Julia,
ask Julia. We don't want to play with their political experience.
Alex.
People voted for Baba in the mountain for the first time.
Okay.
And let's not play politics here.
This is my suggestion. Let us just assume what Jake is saying and take IBC numbers as they are. Mount Kenya, around 1 million plus voted for Baba, and about 3 million voted for Ruto, according to Governor Nyeri. I hear him saying every day. So I think that was a quarter. It was a ratio of 1 to 3. I think so. Now, Jake is asking that, how are we expecting Kalonzo to penya Mount? Is that your question, Jake? How are you expecting Kalonzo to penya Mount Kenya?
What's next for Kalonzo?
No, my
yes,
question
next
is
for Kalonzo.
No, my
I didn't finish my answer, but it's okay.
Kenya Revolutionary was still talking. Alex,
Julia, before you took over me, there was a thought that I don't want to forget, because I think I'm growing older. And at the same time, it's evening. Hapa watu wakunywe maji vizuri sana, wanakunywa vitu zingine. Let me say,
Alex.
Yeah, let me tell you something here. The problem with Kalonzo, and I swear to you, the one problem with Kalonzo, he has no insight, and therefore he doesn't have foresight. And Kalonzo here aliwekwa kwa hii chairmanship of the NADCO report so that when the negotiation will be accepted, okay, in the next move, whereby they are going to create these seats, Martha Karua is going to refuse to become the minority leader of the House. Martha Karua, by principle, she's going. But Kalonzo is going to accept to become the majority leader of the Senate, unfortunately. Once, if I was a strategist for Kalonzo, I will tell him not to take that seat. But because of the perks that come with it, Kalonzo atachezwa na baba na Ruto so that he can take that seat. Akishachukua hiyo seat, that will naturally kill him. By the time it comes to 2027, he will be saturated. If I was Kalonzo's strategist right now, I will tell him any seat that NADCO will create, he should not take it. But do you think Kalonzo will refuse to take a seat? Let's be honest. Do you think Kalonzo will refuse? Kenya Rebel, do you think Kalonzo will refuse to take one of those seats?
No, I don't think he will refuse. Can I make a quick point before I bring Julia?
Yes, there's something you were saying you didn't finish. Continue.
Yeah, I'm confused. I've said a lot of things. Unajua hiyo maji Alex anakunywa pia hata mimi naigonja kidogo. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. You know, in the history of Kenya, there's two polar of powers, voting blocks, very powerful voting blocks. Mount Kenya and Nyanza. Nyanza kind of represent the western part of Kenya, which we have our cousins, the Kisii, the Lawyers on the west, and all that. Then kuna Mount Kenya, which goes the Gema, you know, the Kamba, and all that stuff. So when the first time that we removed Moi, the Luos and Kikuyus and their cousins, they voted for Nenio, so they won. But what I was trying to say is this. Kalonzo understands that he will not get that majority Western, because ODM wameshikilia. ODM is the most influential party within Azimio, okay? So they will never nominate him or choose him as the person who will run for president. So Kalonzo ameanza kufanya groundwork. Anaenda kutafuta nani? Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? He understands that once Raila ashikane na nani na Ruto, that is Rift Valley and the West. Okay? Na Nyanza na Western, majority of the West, okay? So, anashikana na Uhuru, who has most influence in Mount Kenya, and you see Gachagua also understand. Watu wameanza kubaudumapo wanasema Gachagua atawachwa. Hata matamshi ya Ruto, the way he was saying, like Alex told us very well, that Wanga might be hapo, unaona? Sijui nani, Ndindi Nyoro, sijui nani. So Gachagua pia anaangalia mbele anasema nini? You know what? Let me solidify my place as the Mount Kenya person. So he's reaching out to Ruto. And this is the vote that Nani anataka kuharvest, Kalonzo. And like Julia said, tukiangalia Kenya, it's always, Wakikuyu will never vote for a Luo candidate, okay? Azimio is associated with Luo. I won't be surprised if Raila still is at the ballot in 2027, but that's a story for another day. So this is the thing. Kenyans will look, the perception is this. Tumechoka na Kalenjin, tumechoka na Wakikuyu. So who should we vote for who is outside of these two tribes? Musyoka. Yes, he doesn't have the perfect history, but listen, people vote according to Ninio. Ukiangalia Raila is the most popular politician in Kenya because ametoka kwa ile Ninio zama za wakina nani, Matiba, Shikuku. He's the last of the dying breed. Hiyo class ya kina Shikuku, ya kina Matiba, ya kina sijui nani, some nani. So we respect him for that. That's why he has so much influence. He can say something and we are ready to change the law because of that. Si ati kwa sababu gani, but he has been there. He has that name. Yendi amebaki, the last of the dying breed. So, ndio mara nasema hivi, Kalonzo, do not dismiss him. Him and Gachagua, they might have something in the future, and I might be wrong. But that's something to look at. That's why he's in this race. He's not stupid as we might think. He's not. It's all about voting block, tribal blocks, calculations in Kenya to get votes. So anyway, anybody else?
Yes, and my point about Kalonzo is this. He doesn't bring out polarization at all. Wherever, hata kama yeye ni watermelon, that is why he can afford to jump from one politician to another, and they are okay with him. Look at this way. He works with Uhuru, he works with Kibaki. He jumping left and right. Why? Because he doesn't generate polarization at all. Nobody even sees him as a threat to anything. Nobody even begins to think that Kalonzo akiwa president mashamba yetu yataenda ama tutafungwa jera. Unajua there's also that thing, tutafungwa jera sababu tuliiba vitu. People don't see that thing. So
but Julia, what you are forgetting
Alex,
is,
let me finish.
okay.
The moment if Ruto does drop Gachagua, I'm telling you, Kalonzo will be the compromise candidate. And Kikuyus, they use this thing. We don't want a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin to be president. And we are here by presenting different tribes to you. And we are, let me tell you, if you ask me, let me tell you from my own point of view. If Baba is not in the ballot, and we have Ruto and Wanga, I promise you, I'll vote for the other candidate. It is me, Julia, saying, what do you think the other people are saying? Because you see, it will be a letdown to Gachagua. By the way, I don't care about Gachagua, and I hope that I don't want to say he'll never. But I totally believe Gachagua may never ascend to presidency. That is my take, because he's still struggling even to amass support in Mount Kenya region. So if he cannot get all the support from Mount Kenya region, I wonder which other part of the country he can get, because he has spent his few months in presidency insulting other communities and bragging and all that left and right. But Kalonzo, even right now when you are calling, tumeita Ruto mwizi, tumemuita everything we can use our mouths to call. Right, Alex? We have called Ruto everything.
You're right on that. I don't disagree. You're very right on that.
But has Kalonzo ever, Kalonzo doesn't generate polarization at all. He plays a good boy. That is what will take him to power.
Julia,
yes.
Let me tell you something here, and I want you to agree with me. In the last 4 elections, it is not the person that won the election that was announced. It is the people that sat on IEBC announced who won the elections. I agree with you. Kalonzo will win the election, but will he be announced the winner? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, that one I agree with you.
No. Will he be announced as the winner? That is a capital N-O, okay? And that is why I'm telling you that we don't need to fund anymore IEBC, because it's a negotiated process. What you are seeing here is that Baba will be given the seat of African Union. In the pretext, he's going to support Ruto. So they are going to have an artificial majority. But when the elections will be done, Kalonzo will win the election right in the morning. But is he going to be announced? Julia, let me tell you one thing. When the High Court, which was intentional, and I remember you know that, when the High Court said that, if you remember, the High Court the other time said that the IEBC should announce the commissioners for IEBC right away. Raila was the first person to say, no, we need to do the RATCO report first. We agree. So let me tell you, already Raila and Ruto knows who's going to become what? The commissioner of IEBC, so that they can plan on how they are going to see the election in 2027. Kalonzo does not know that. The negotiation between Raila and Ruto in regard to the 9 commissioners, because they used to be 7, now they added them to 9. They have already chosen. It's a matter of time before they reveal it to us. Yes, Kalonzo will win on the ballot, but will be announced. Julie, I want you to be honest on that. Will he be announced?
That's what I agree with you. In fact, we will never have elections again in Kenya in the first place. I can promise you, like elections.
That's the problem we have.
Yeah.
Unless we go back to 1997, where we had the IPPG, where safeguarded to a point that we removed Moi from power through Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Kibaki. But the kind of arrangement that is going to be, do you want to tell me when Baba came? You know, Baba first of all said, Nani, remember the event of the things, how they went. Baba came and told us that there's a secret meeting between the Chief Justice and who?
and Ruto that was done in State House. Later on, he came to tell us that Chebukati is going to become the Chief Justice. Later on, he came and told us other things. By that time, Ruto and Raila were sitting down and discussing on the issue. So when the court pronounced that, look, in fact, before the election last year, we said that when we do not have the electoral commissioners in power, it's going to be what? Something called a constitutional crisis. Why has it not been a constitutional crisis for? Right now, we have about 12 petitions of people disputing the election of Kenya, but we don't have the IBC commissioner. We don't have anybody in the office. But has the court declared it so? Because the negotiation between Raila and Ruto are going on so that they can choose the commissioners they want and say that they can go on to do what they want. And that's why I'm telling you, yes, Kalonzo can win on the ballot, but is he going to be declared? That's now the question we should ask. Do you think, Julia, Kalonzo will be declared?
No.
If you know the path for Ruto for power.
He will not be declared. That is why I don't even think Ruto need to change. I don't think Ruto will even throw Gachagua out because he doesn't need to. There will be no election. Ruto will get away with it and he'll be president. The only person that I think may never be president is Gachagua. That is the only person I think. That maybe from then things will change. But for Ruto going to anger or anything to get numbers, he doesn't need that. And if by any chance he decides to do so, Mount Kenya region, and then I will flip towards Kalonzo. So what my argument may be, I would say, assuming that we have a free and fair election, Kalonzo would give Ruto a run for his money, especially if he decides to drop Gachagua. But if he does not drop Gachagua, another confusion comes. Let us now, my second question. Let's assume that Ruto does not drop Gachagua. Whom do you think our next presidential candidates are? Or do you think Baba will come back?
Let me say very quickly. There's a video clip that I have been trying to find where Uhuru Kenyatta was saying this: 10 years for me, 10 years for Ruto. Then he said 10 years for Gacha. Then he stopped.
Let me ask. Gachagua was not in the limelight by then, Kenya Revolution. Gachagua just came the other day to the presidential thing.
Kenya Rebel, I want you to understand one thing that is critical in politics. And I want you to listen to me critically. There is no way, once the nihilistic politics starts, and that is why I'm telling you that the whole issue, the narrative is going to change, Julia. Once the Kikuyus and the Kisis see, because sisi ndio tuliitwa madoadoa kwa Eldoret na Nakuru. You remember that, Madam Julia? Sisi tuliitwa madoadoa. You remember that?
Yes.
So the Kisis are going to divorce themselves from the Luo Nyanza politics. And the Kikuyus are going to start asking themselves, in whose hands are we safe? Okay? If Baba makes a pact with Ruto, Kikuyus are going to rebel, including you and me. I will never allow a pact between the Nilots, because that's really messy.
Me, I don't even have a problem with Baba. I just don't want to hear that anyone is working to support Ruto to go back to power. When we have
But
fought
it's going to happen. It has started working. When you saw Orengo meet with Atuoli, when you have seen Gladys Wanga working with William Samoei Ruto, when you have seen Orengo talk all the time, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, when you have seen them giving ships, the most high-placed gift that a Luo can give to a sitting president is a ship. If you see dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, when you see smoke, there is fire. You see, let us not be denialists here. The Luos are going to work with the Kalenjins. That's a foregone conclusion. Now, the question is this. In whose hands are we safe in? Now, we must start asking ourselves, should the Luyas vote for them? Should the Mijikenda vote for them? And this is where Manyora comes in, when Manyora talks about political tribe mortgaging, whereby tribes start looking at the threats they have. But at the end of the day, there is nothing we can do, because if these people are going to choose the IBC commissioners, wametumaliza. Julia, what can we do if they choose already the commissioners? Remember Wakina Akombe tried last time to make sure the election. Maraga tried even to nullify the election. Tuliambiwa we will revisit the judiciary. So let me tell you, this body called IEBC, it is too powerful. And I don't know what Kenyans we can do to dismantle the IEBC commissioner, because before it used to be ECK, then we put one word that independent. These people are not independent. These people are bought. These people are told what they are going to do. These people still, they announce the election the way they are told. You see, if you remember Madam Julia, you see, there's a very interesting statement Hassan, who was the former IEBC commissioner, said a couple of days ago. I don't know if Japolo, you heard that. He said, I miss that we could have tested the presidency of Raila Amolo Odinga. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He said that. He knew Raila won the election, but he was never allowed. Remember what Akombe told us? Akombe told us that guns were put right in their face to announce. So if these people are going to choose the IBC commissioners, even if Kalonzo was to win from morning, he's not going to be announced. So let us even stop going to vote anymore. I will never vote again. I'm going just to vote for myself in 2027. Julia, I will be in the August house. I'll be an MP for 10 terms, and I will leave it after 10 because my father was also an MP. Niachane nayo, niende kufanya vitu zangu zingine. By that time, watoto wangu watakuwa wamemaliza university. But I'll tell you, hii maneno mnaamuka at 4 a.m. line kubwa tunaenda kuvote, where there is an electoral commission that has already pre-arranged to announce the election. The will of the people.
I think this one is a good reason, Alex, to even azimio your followers, because unajua vile tumetukanana huko, hata tumefukuza kina Kenya Revolution nari. Ati tunatetea baba ni haki.
I cannot even imagine that I'm having a conversation with Kenya Rebel.
This one is a good lesson to us Kenyans, the common mwananchi, so that next time we'll think very hard before becoming obsessed with any politician. Hata kama ni ndugu yako. My other question is, do you think Baba you come back? Is there a possibility?
Yes, let me ask you a question. Yes. Do you know that Julia got mad mpaka akatoa kwa WhatsApp group yetu? Do you know that? Yes. Do you know that Julia got so mad with us when we were talking the truth? And I was shocked. Because these people are, we kept maandamano wakatoka wakatuacha kwa bata.
I decided to be the bigger brother, where I knew the pain.
Julia alikuacha kwa mataa. And I love Julia because Julia is one prolific debater.
She was very angry. She was mad.
Julia anatoka kwa group yetu. I was so shocked. And she's laughing here.
Hiyo kitu ya baba ilinibo Alex. Hiyo kitu kwanza the day I woke up, I saw him taking pictures with Ruto. I said, hii ni nini? Yani we look so stupid na vile tumetoka na watu wa UDA. We should never ever, we should even apologize to them for insulting them.
But Julia, why did you leave us, honestly? Tell us today. Make because it clear.
Why I left, because some people there are still obsessed. Unajua wako kwa denial. Ati baba baba anatutetea asijui hata hiyo NADCO ukisikia Matu akisema ati vile NADCO italeta vitu mzuri sijui itafanya nini. Come on, what is wrong with people? Bwana yako akitafuta second
Jakes,
kubali tu amekatafuta.
Jakes, we should have a day where people, please.
Mine? Not right now. I'm already done.
People, where people can, you know, when he apologize here, there's one session in Mzembe. You didn't protect me. Kuna mtu alisema ungekuwa hapa ningekuchapa ngumi. I was like, Jesus.
Julia. Hold on. Can you read that? Hold on. Can you read that? Hold on. Let me tell you where we have come from. Since before the election, yani tulikuwa tunachapa watu wa UDA mbaya mbovu. We blocked people. We never wanted to listen. Nothing about them. Today, we are in a shock. But the shock of all shocks is when Julia left me after putting him in this forum, because I thought he was a voice of reason. Yeah, Naston PK, Irene Ayimba, because I wanted us now to advance on another topic whereby now we've been disappointed. What next? Let us guide our people and tell them the truth. Look, this trajectory that we are going, let us not be sycophants. Let us now rethink and know. And that's why me and Jex decided to start this conversation. And at some point I started Kenya Rebel to come even to your show. I never used to come there. Why? Because, let's be honest, you cannot become a de facto sycophant whereby you know very well there is no honesty there. You cannot.
Alex, I have to confess something about you. Unajua kuna siku tugombana Mutembei, ukaniambia wewe Kenya Rebel, kimbia uende ukaanze show yako huko. That inspired me to start a show.
Unajua Julia, acha nikwambie Jex, Julia alikuwa akipata mtu wa UDA anaongea ni kama ako na blood pressure. Wewe wacha hiyo maneno yako. William Samuel Ruto is yani nilikuwa nachekanga.
Hey, na Ruto kama angekuwa na record, si tumemwita majina kweli. Sasa hii akisikia
tumetoka mbali. And the funny thing, I'm not even UDA. I wasn't even a UDA fan.
That's why I told you. The best thing
the politics is not about permanent enemies, it's permanent interest. I think that person had a big wisdom when he said that. Now we should look at our interests. We should look at our interests. What is your interest? What is my interest? If it's not the politician's interest, we can do what Malema did. When Malema was dismissed from ANC, people thought that he was done. Him, Shloyd Shivambu, and Ndozi decided to start EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters in Our Lifetime, and people dismissed them. Today you look at EFF. EFF is a very strong party in South Africa. The person who dismissed Malema from ANC was Jacob Zuma. Jacob Zuma has moved from ANC to Mkoto Wazinzwe. Can you imagine? So let us be prolific and be liberal enough to understand. And in psychology, it's called liberal intelligentsia. Let us accept that we cannot be static. Politics is dynamic. It's not static. If ODM, if Jubilee is not giving us our interests, why don't we start economic freedom fighters in our lifetime in Kenya and involve the young people and say we need jobs, we need good housing, we need good education, fees must drop so that we can move on. And let me tell you, Mr. Jakes, one of the reasons I followed you from where you have come through, throughout, is because I believe in you. And let me tell you, many people call me Many people call me and they tell me privately, we look unto you. And the job you're doing is good. It's only that some of us, we do not know how to talk in terms of how the politics of Kenya should go. But we support you. So the question shouldn't us be looking at the history of Kenya anymore. We should start asking, where can we go? Just, if today I had like 3 million, I could start a political party. I know Japolo will come with me. I know you will be there. I know Stone PK will be there. I know Kip will be there. I know Kenya Banano will be there. I know many people will come with me. Why? Because we are frustrated, we are fed up, and we cannot take this nonsense anymore. Because it's a ping pong we are being played on.
By the way, Alex, bring Stone PK. Bring Stone PK. I've missed him.
No, Stone PK, I'll bring him here. Stone PK is my best friend. I'll bring him here. And you know, Stone PK has been very prolific on these things. Kenya Maandamano Kamili, Mama Mary, Wainaina, she's been very firm on this. Guru has been very firm on these things. I know the people who are progressive in Kenya, who are thinking beyond tribal politics and looking at the interest of the people. Julia left us in our group, but today she's here. Why? Because the truth is, if you speak the truth, even if your voice shakes, people will always come back. She just came voluntarily.
Alex, niko na suggestion, Unajua WhatsApp group doesn't carry many people. I've always been wondering why we can't start a Facebook page. Unajua Facebook can carry thousands and thousands. And we try to promote it in Kenya among the youth. Waingie tu tunawapatianga message in hapo. We use it to send a message in that we can even decide to tell them we are not paying tax for this, we are not paying tax for this. Can somebody think about that? A Facebook page where we try.
No, Facebook page does not help anymore, Julia. Let me tell you where now things are being done. It's TikTok. If we can start 30 minutes of every day of TikTok, whereby we talk about jobs, we talk about the disappointment we are having, we talk about the frustration that we are having, we talk about how we've been disappointed in TikTok for just 30 minutes.
Yes.
And you find all these people listening to us, we can make it. People have moved from Facebook,
I get it. Yes,
and they have gone to TikTok.
Yeah, Facebook, my daughter tells me ni wazee, watu wazee. So, and I think she's right. So now we are having a very good show here. Are you people, you know about technology and all that? How can we have this kind of like a clip like this, a good one, na tumeva tuko smart and we are talking sense, we are not arguing and fighting, call each other name, just a clip of it, a tip of it, and we send it, we tunatuma kwa TikTok. Do you people know how to do that? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, we do. That one can be done. We are at an advanced stage with Alex about that. Maybe by next week we should be on full gear on TikTok, because TikTok has a different ballgame on how it projects it live. So that's the only challenge. But we are almost getting it. We are almost getting it.
And then if you want to go to get to the people, those kind of shows that you know that tuna circulate kabisa, Jake, utakuwa a bit selective on how we carry ourselves. Unajua, you see, like I always sometimes tune into these shows that the TV mainstream, because they are very professional. Yani the way those youngsters conduct those shows, unapenda, even the questioning they have, you love the questioning they are using. So I wish that our show could rise to that level, so that we don't want people just to come here and rant now. Rant, mtu amefanya hivi, ameiba, ameua mtu, amefanya nini. We want conversations like, okay, like our conversations today was very good. So what next for Kalonzo? So do we think Baba will come back? So what should Kenyans do? Those kind of, unakuwa hata umeandika maswali chini.
Julia, I've been thinking about that.
Yes, now umetutumia kwa
Julia, I've been thinking about that. And let me tell you one of the things whereby we miss the mark. There's missing spice in this food. And Japolo, I want you to listen to me very well. One of the missing spice in our food is when we come on the show without opening our cameras. Secondly, when we fear speaking the truth. If we can identify
And Jex, I want you to listen very carefully. If we can identify 10 panelists who are committed to come to the show and we analyze, we can change the whole of Kenya. If we can take Stone PK, we can take Kip, we can take Madam Julia, we can take Madam Wainaina, we can take Japolo, and we should be like not from one tribe. We can become from like it's called a camouflage of tribes, Akisi, Aluo, Akikuyu, and so on. And we are not being tribal, because sometimes there are things I understand from Kisi that you may not be able to understand. So that when we give our prolific analysis, we can be able. And we open our cameras, we become serious for 1 month, we can change that country. The problem is that we are yani tumekuwa waoga, like tunaogopa Ruto to a point that hatuweki kamera zetu. Watu ambao wanaweza advise Kenya kama Stone PK are not coming anymore.
Also,
Yani,
I think Alex, my other suggestion about for cutting you is that in that show, we try and be professional. Unaona Mtembei na sound kama tumesema vitu mingi, okay? But we try and be professional so that we are sellable to everybody. We don't look like we are insulting. Or kwani tumesema vitu venye mtu akifikiria arudie huwezi rudia. Things that you can't repeat and say them again. So if there are things that we can't repeat and say them again, then we shouldn't say them at all. You know what I'm saying? So, and even the shouting matches, we have had shouting matches and all that, which is very unprofessional. So we prevent ourselves from that, and we teach ourselves to speak only when we are asked to do so. And we should also speak.
10-0. Let me tell you one of the most unfortunate things we do.
Yeah.
Jex, ukikuja kwa hii show, fanya kama Jeff Koinange anafanya. Wacha kukuja na t-shirt, vaa koti, vaa tie. Let us be professional. Let us look decent. Let us look professional. No, hold on. Let me finish my thought. No, let me finish my thought, Jex. Hold on. Okay? Once we look decent the way I look today, unajua for a very long time you told me that
Alex, you are very decent today. Congratulations.
You told me the other day you missed the Alex that you need to know. No, let me finish and then you guys will talk. Okay? So when we come here and give an evident analysis, we dress nicely, we talk nicely, we speak good English, we do our research. You send us the topics before, and then we do a very exclusive analysis. People are going to respect us. The problem is that the moderator is coming here with a t-shirt. Who is going to respect us?
Yeah,
I will defend him. I will defend him.
No, don't defend him. Don't defend him.
Let me finish. This is the one I wanted to end with. Unapata Njiru anakuja, hajawahi nyoa ndevu for 6 months.
No, let's not be personal.
It's
your
not
point
personal.
Your point is on
how Kenyans. No, Jex.
He's not
Jex.
defending.
No, Jex, I'm not being personal here. Jex, I'm not being personal here. We must groom ourselves to be nicely so that we can look decent and we can talk to Kenyans. When you see people come to Jeff Koinange show, they wear nicely. They talk nicely. They debate nicely. They converse nicely. They have a dialogue, not a monologue. We've been doing things here that are myopic, Mr. Jex. I want you to be coming here with a suit. The same way I've decided to come with a suit. Henceforth, I want to see Julia saying,
I don't have even one.
If you don't want to listen to me, there is value in listening, there is civilization in listening.
Hii ni show ya wananchi. Sisi we are the people on the bottom. Jeff Koinange caters to, if you see, he doesn't bring the common mwananchi. So Jakes is okay to come with the t-shirt. It's almost in your mind, not what you're wearing.
Your sound, Kenya.
No. Jex is not allowed to come here with a t-shirt. That one I will disagree with you. He's our moderator. We respect him. He must come here dressed decently.
Now,
no. I'm not going to agree a t-shirt here. Maneno ya t-shirt wachana nayo hapa. No. I'm not going to agree that. If we want to make an impact, you see, sometimes they say this: how you dress defines you.
All right.
You know that very well.
Yeah.
Let's come here. If you want us to have 9 panelists every day, and we focus on how we can go to move only 9 people that can move this country to the future where we want us to be, Jex, we must start asking ourselves the ethics on how we do things. And I'm not forcing you to buy a suit. But what I'm saying is what Julia had said. Julia had asked, how can we have panelists who are prolific, who are consistent, who are smart, and who understands the politics of Kenya? One of the things is that...
Can I make a suggestion? I think what we're doing is it almost borders private. Can we go behind the tent and we end the show so that, because people watch this, so this, what we are discussing, is not part of the...
No, we are not going to end the show. We want the people who come to the show to know that, look, we want to look decent and we need to have a conversation, because we are sick and tired of these politicians. They have played with us way too long. And we need, if we start our own party, we can succeed. EFF was started in somebody's basement. Jex, you and me can start a party today. Julia, I want to... Julia is one of the 3 women that I respect most in politics in my life, apart from Martha Karua, is Julia, Mary Wanaina, and Irene Ayimba. These are women who are a powerhouse. If we have the 3 of them and we have a couple of men, we can change the politics of Kenya. I don't know, Japolo, for the first time, I think you agree with me. We never agreed on anything before. In fact, there was a time I used to say, I don't want to debate with you.
So are you the one who said you wanted to beat him up?
Amejificha leo ametoka.
But let me say this, Jake, I don't know whether you want to buy the garden before you go buy the garden.
Jex, there's a day he came and told us that we are jihadists, we are terrorists.
Yes,
my blood pressure was high.
He was looking for, he always came looking for war, and he always
Let
me tell you what we are going to do. Jex, let me tell you what we are going to do. Madam Julia is going to look for 2 people. She's going to look for Tuni, and she's going to look for Nani, for Mary Wainaina. I'm going to look for Stone PK. Okay? I'm going to look for Stone PK. You can look for another person. And Kenya Ribe will look for the other lady, Anaitwanga, the lady that always comes to your show. She doesn't want her face to be seen, but she's also one of your ardent supporter, Kenya Ribe.
Good year.
So that we can have, so that we can have 9 to 10 panelists. We are constant. We open the TikTok. We discuss for 30 minutes. And we change the politics of Kenya. Hii maneno yenye, tuache hii mchezo tuko nayo. If we are serious, we come here. Let us spend quality time, Jex. Ama unaonaje, Mr. Jex?
I agree, but I wanted to listen to Julia. Julia, you are saying something.
Yes, I was saying this, that Now we can have a program. Sijui kama uko kwa TikTok hata sahi. Kuna those that you are not on TikTok and those you are on TikTok. Then you know we want to curtail to decide the messaging. We want to be clear about our messaging. You can make it once a week, maybe on a Saturday when we are all available. Na kama Alex amesema, hatutavaa kijua kali. We come here on official. You give us the questions, we prepare the points. We don't want people ranting left and right. We don't want people ranting. We want people to be specific, to use courteous language, to use professional language to address issues. Tunaweza amua, this week we are asking ourselves, Kalonzo, what next? Next week, we think Baba is coming back. Next week, what do we want for our education in Kenya? What do we want for our health sector? And then you give us we can decide the questions in the group, either WhatsApp, tuna share, we deliberate, then we come here. So, and when we talk, we know we should talk knowing that we are addressing the whole country. I am not addressing Kikuyus, so I should not start behaving like a Shagwa, you know, and behaving like I'm the only person who matter and the other people don't matter. And however much I don't like this tribe, I should not use words that insult that community for whatever reason. For whatever reason. Wacha hiyo nikae nayo kwa roho yangu. Unasema ujasema, people will never know what you are thinking in your heart. So that is another thing that is messing up even some shows. I know I don't want to name the shows, that sometimes we become emotional and we say things that we regret having said. So Jake, because we want to build this show in a professional way, tunataka ikue kama our national TVs, and people will be looking forward to the weekend to watch that show, and we'll be telling them beforehand, this weekend we look at 1, 2, 3. This you'll advertise all through. This weekend we look at meet Alex, meet Julia, meet Kenya Revolutionary. You'll give us your name. Meet, you know, as we discuss, as we wage the way forward for our country for this. People will start, the old, the young, everybody will start tuning in. So I think I totally agree with Alex. So maybe we can make it once a week, because every evening wengine wetu tunashindwa kwa sababu tuko job. Hii evening itakuwa tu iwe tu ya watu, everybody to come and contribute, but the one for the Saturday, not everybody to contribute. It is those who are you have selected.
And Madam Julia, let me give you some disclaimer here. I'm sorry for interjecting. One of the challenges that we do have is financial status. $10 can help us. If I give $10, Nani will usually give $10, and I give $10, we can be able to form our StreamYard